where you should focus your attention to. That's two in one that he knows already. Thank you very much. So, Professor Jesse Otegbayo, current Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital. So, right now we are just going to be waiting. We're just going to be waiting for more people to come and text your friends. The program has started. We have a timeline. Once it has started, it has started. Some people have already won freebies because they've answered some questions, and I've already referred them to the ushers. So we're just going to be asking a few more questions. These ones are a little bit less academic. So I'm expecting that everybody knows the answer. So, who knows the theme for the Unibado Association of Dental Students Health Week for this year? Who knows the theme? Just the theme of the Health Week. If you don't raise up your hand, I will call you and your shirt color. Do not check your phones. You people are already cheating, and the program has not even started. Do not check your phones, please. The theme of that man is obviously a go-getter because his hands are up again once more.
The theme is quarantine.
Quarantine. A round of applause for him. But wait, half a round of applause because that's not the full theme. I want the full theme. Quarantine. But there's something.
Quarantine.
A story in color. Now you can give a full round of applause. Full mark. 5/5. He got everything. That was remarkable. Ushers, that's the third question this young man has answered in the space of 2 minutes. If he doesn't get a freebie, we will fight. Ushers, you and I will fight.
I think you shouldn't be answering questions again.
I think all the questions minus him. So let's just assume that he's not going to be participating for a while in questions. So the theme is quarantine, a story in color. The next question we're going to ask is, I want someone to list the activities of the Health Week in order. There was a flyer, there was a poster, so you don't check your phones. You don't have any excuse. So I want someone to list the activities of the Health Week. Just say, so day and date. So maybe 17th of April, 18th of April, So you say the date and you say what's supposed to happen that day. The lady in the striped black and white wants to answer the question. So we are going to.
Okay, 2nd of April, bonfire. Today is 4th of April, a quiz, symposium and debate and oratory competition.
2.
Then 5th of April, that's tomorrow, Code.
3.
6th of April, that's Wednesday, we have picnic.
Correct.
Then 7th of April, that's Thursday, we have quiz competition. Then 8th of April, we have sports. And 9th of April, we have dinner.
A round of applause for her.
Wow. Amazing. All right, so
that was incredible.
Quite incredible. I didn't have that in my head.
Even your MC did not know the answer, apparently.
So I have one question here. Each person gets a personal gift from me. Are we good? Are we set?
If you know the person that wants to gift you, a gift from Tito.
Are we ready? Are we ready? So what is the theme of today's symposium? And
don't check your phones.
do not check your phones.
Do not check your phones.
The theme for today's symposium and the 4 speakers we have.
Very good. That's a very comprehensive. Shouldn't we break it down? Divide questions, one theme, another speakers. Don't check your phones. I am looking at your hands.
Anybody wants to go?
Don't check your jotters.
Wow.
Well, let's see the person that can say everything without looking at the jotter. So at least now we can just test your memory.
Anybody want to try? No, you got that question already.
Yes, she already answered the question.
Any
We
other
want
person?
someone who hasn't answered before.
Miss Fee. Aregbesola, do you want to try?
She doesn't want to try. Let me just call someone. As your face, all right, the man in the black shirt wants to answer.
The theme is exploring the frontier in dentistry. So the first speaker, Professor Morenike Upong.
Correct. 1. 3 to go.
That's how I know.
Wow. Anybody want to help him complete it?
With the jota in front of you.
You can't
All
read
right,
it
so
off.
Professor Upong, that's 1. That's 2/6. Is that 2/6?
2 or
Yes.
5.
2/5. So okay. So we need another
Okay, she
person.
wants to try.
She wants to answer. Okay, she is closer, please. Okay.
Okay, so Dr. John Anyemeke,
1,
Awesome.
Professor Inkiru Folarami,
2,
and Dr. Adeshola Odofin.
and that's 3. A round of
Amazing.
applause for her. A round of applause.
Don't be spiteful. Applaud them.
Okay, so I guess Tito is going to have to divide his gifts between the man in the black shirt.
Sure. Please see me after.
Please make sure you see Tito, the man in the purple blazer,
Yeah.
after today's program to collect your gifts. So we're here waiting for the president of the association. We'll also be waiting for the dean of the Faculty of Dentistry to jumpstart today's event. Please, you can play some music, because
But you knew that. Scotty Cole. Let's go. Way out my feelings and nothing can stress me. The way I run the game, I'm feeling like referee. No, like Moses parting the Red Sea, like a chauffeur, me in the back of the Bentley. So I step out, all white, can't stain. What you want? Rosé, champagne? I got that. Big bag, back pain. Taking the piss, the only time I can't aim. So we toasted a good life, living every minute to the full, cause I could die. Pull up at the spot, open doors, and it's suicide. Chilling rent free, where the check, please? Couple hundred G's on a good night. All I wanna do is jive 220 on the highway. I'm about the energy. Maybe if it's good, send it my way. If it's bad, keep it private. All these haters so vexed, I'm the best alive. You don't want to test the guy. You be sleeping on yourselves, you test it fly. Throw myself a party, then act surprised. Be the highest in the room when the guests arrive. Yeah, ain't nobody villa. Touchdown, got a couple G's for the dealer. Gang signs out the window, my killer. Life getting sweeter. I know use what I dilute my right bean. So we toast to the good life. Every minute to the full, cause we could die. Pull up open doors and it's suicide. Yeah. 16 bad, whoop, and they all by the poolside.
Please endure. Please endure with us a moment. The bases are going to turn on any minute from now. This is about to get really cold. Please pause So the next thing on the program, what's So we're going to be taking. Then the national anthem is supposed to be played by Mr. Let me see.
Mr. Tobiloba.
Yes, Mr. Tobiloba. Is Mr. Tobiloba with us? Mr. Tobiloba, if you are with us, we are waiting for you for the national anthem. Please, can we rise up? Please remain standing as we take the University of Ibadan anthem. Thank you very much. You can have your seats. So like we mentioned earlier, the program has begun. And we would just like to introduce ourselves to the crowd as we welcome so many important guests. We are still waiting for more people. We know that it's going to take a minute for some people to, stretch. Everybody's always waiting to see if it has really, really started before they start coming down. So please put it on your group pages, put it on your class pages. The program has started. We've already said the national anthem, and any minute from now, our very first speaker from the United States of America is going to be speaking to us any moment from now. So the program has started. Everybody needs to run and rush down to Paul Hendrickse Lecture Theatre. So we're just going to be introducing ourselves very briefly. My name is Ajayigbe Olarewaju, and I'll be emceeing for today.
My name is Tito Adigbamigbe, and I'll be co-hosting for today.
A round of applause for your MCs. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So we are going to go straight into the welcome address. And the welcome address today is going to be taken by who, Tito? Tito, who is taking the welcome address?
None other than Mr. Efunkule Olalekon.
Mr. Efunkule Olalekon is the current president of the Uni-Ibadan Association of Dental Students, and he is going to be coming onto the stage to give us his welcome address for 2 minutes. Mr. Olalekon, we are waiting for you. While we wait for Mr. Efunkule Olalekon to come onto the stage for his welcome address, we would just like to prompt you once more that there is so much in store for you today. I know the symposium committee has put in so much effort into ensure that today is filled with knowledge and impact. I hope you came with your pens, because as the presentations and jotters, well, we've given you jotters, so all that's left are the pens. So the presentations that people are going to be coming here to give, write down your comments, write down your questions. Don't wait till the Q&A sessions. Pay very close attention. There are only so many symposia you're going to get to attend, and
you can write down your question on a piece of paper and give to one of the ushers.
The ushers are around constantly for you. So there are only so many symposia. So I think it's so important. Make the most out of every event, and take the most you can out of every event. So, Mr. Efunkule Olalekon, we are waiting for you, please, for your welcome address. So once Mr. Efunkule is available, we are going to move on to the introduction of speakers to the high table. What are their plans? Are they going to stay in Nigeria? Do they plan to Japa? These are the questions, aren't they? So, and I'll be calling at random, and I'm going to ask the lady in red, what's the man in green's plan after school? What is his favorite food? What is his shoe size? These are the questions. So just do your best to get to know the person to your left, to your right. What is their favorite subject? Their favorite course? Is it anatomy? Is it bike? Is it physiology? The ones in clinical school, what's their favorite posting? Surgery 1, surgery 2, oral pathology, oral biology, pediatric dentistry. What are your favorite fields? Find out what associations they are part of, what committees they are on. So just discuss among yourselves. These are just suggestions. Mr. Efonkule Olalekon, we are waiting for you for your welcome address. All right, please, a round of applause for the president of the Uni-Ibadan Association of Dental Students as he comes forward to give us his welcome address for today's program.
It's nice to see our faces. Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to appreciate the presence of our mother, Professor Denloye. Can you please give her a round of applause? I also like to appreciate the presence of our mother, Dr. Odofin. Can you please give her a round of applause? The Provost College of Medicine, Deputy Provost, the Dean, and all our speakers. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming everyone present here today to the 40th UADS Annual Symposium and the maiden edition of the Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition. The Uni-Ibadan Association of Dental Students, UADS, is the representative body of the dental students in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Oyo State. The association is geared towards maintaining a sustainable academic performance and promoting good oral hygiene and education in Nigeria. Founded in 1978, we have stayed true to the vision and mission by organizing various programs such as Committee on Dental Health Education and Health Programs, outreaches, seminars, symposia, public lectures in our community and the society at large. The current administration has continued in this version as we've had over 6 CODE outreaches this tenure, and we still have more to come, despite stringent financial constraints and COVID-19 restrictions. I believe I was in isolation during the first CODE, during the planning and everything, and I could not even attend. We've also had at least 3 online webinars aimed at capacity building amongst dental students. Also, in keeping up with advancement in technology, we recently launched our very own website, ibadondentistry.org. Students now have access to the Dentatis Press, CODE publications, and access to academic materials on our website. They can also now pay dues online without going to the bank. Furthermore, we started an initiative, a child, a paste, a brush initiative, which is CODE exclusively for children. We recognize that CODEs tend to focus more on adults and children are shortchanged. So the initiative aims to provide basic dental examinations for primary school students, especially primary 4 to 6, and give oral health talk and provide appropriate brush and toothpaste for students lacking them. Our debate team also got to the semi-final of the biggest public speaking event in West Africa, if not Africa. Jaw was for the first time in history. To protect this progress, the annual debates and oratory competition, the first edition of which we hold today, and proudly sponsored by our teacher and mother, Professor Denloye, was born. Today, we recognize that these strides would not have been possible if we did not have the shoulders of giants to stand on. So we have decided to honor past UADS leaders. A roll of honor for past presidents was created and will be unveiled today. I would like once again to welcome everyone to this great event and wish you have a swell time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that round of applause is going to be taken again. A round of applause for the president of the Uni Ibadan Association of Dental Students. If you're a dental student, this year has been one of my proudest years to be a dental student because UADS has just been blazing the trail this year.
Back-to-back hits.
Back-to-back hits. Everybody has been talking about UADS this year. It's been such an incredible year for us. All right, so we're just going to be addressing our online guests because we have people that are also following along with us online. So, Mr. Tito.
So one of our speakers is online as well, but then we'll get to that later. But I want to quickly confirm that people online can speak and hear. So I lent Mr. Adetu. I don't know if you mind saying hi to everyone here.
Mr. Detula would like to hear so we can follow along.
Mr. Aditola David, do you
In
mind
the
saying
meantime, those online, if you can't speak, you can type in the chat box. The link should be shared. Okay, I think I'm already online now. The link should be shared on the UADS information page, and it should be shared across all classes so that those who want to join online can also follow on Zoom. We'll be waiting for Mr. Adetula David to give us a sound check so we know that we can hear you. Mr. David, if you can hear us, just say. The link has been sent to the information page. The link is on the UADS information page and would be forwarded across all class pages. Mr. Adetula, we are waiting to hear your voice.
And yes, please do tell people that they can follow online. I think someone asked on one of our pages, so please send the link to your friends so they can join us online. And if you can hear us online, kindly unmute and say hi.
You can say hello. You can type it in the chat box. You can tell us how excited you are to see and hear from Dr. Annie Emeke.
Hello, can hear you loud and clear.
Hello.
Oh, awesome.
How are you doing?
Do you mind introducing yourself?
My name is Bukola Odunton from the 600 level class.
Wow, awesome. Thank you very much for joining us and for helping with the sound check.
Thank you very much. So that is 2K18 representing online. So, all right, since we know that you're following us, we are also online with you. We are going through the chat box. So if you have any comments or something is wrong with the audio, with the video, you can't hear, just put it in the chat box. The technical team is on ground. Any inquiries you have, we are going to be working on that. All right. So we're just going to be checking the chat box. All right, so we are moving on to the next item of program, and which is the introduction of our speakers to the high table. We have speakers, we have special guests that have come all the way to be with us today and to experience this symposium today. So please warm up your palms, because we are going to be clapping a lot in the next 3 to 5 minutes. And we would just like to invite to our stage our important speakers, and the first of which is a very popular person. I'm sure all of us know him, and we'll be inviting Dr. Akinyamoju. A round of applause for Dr. Akinyamoju. He's a consultant oral pathologist. We'd like to invite you, or you prefer to, okay, Dr. Akinyamoju would prefer to stay where he is, but please don't stop clapping for him. A round of applause for Dr. Akinyamoju, a very special guest. And next to the high table, one of the highlights of today's event is the Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition. And the maiden edition is going to be ushered in today. So we would like to invite, with great honor, Professor Denloye as she comes forward to the high table to sit. Please don't stop clapping. You can't even stop clapping. She's a mother, she's a friend.
An amazing teacher.
An amazing teacher. Please don't stop clapping. I told you to warm up your hands already. Thank you very much for gracing today's occasion. Thank you very much, Ma. And we have one of our speakers here, one of the major speakers. I think we already asked questions for freebies about all the speakers that are coming today. And one of our speakers, she's already here, and she's an amazing speaker and an amazing dentist, Dr. Adeshola Odofin. A round of applause for Dr. Adeshola Odofin as she's invited to the high table. I'm just excited. I'm so excited to hear all that our speakers have in store for us. So while we wait for the rest of our speakers to join us, all right. So we'll be waiting for the dean, another special guest, who is going to come and give us an address any moment from now. But in the meantime, Ms. Oreoluwa Adeyemo, please start getting warmed up on your seat so you can come and take the citation for Dr. John Aniemeke while we wait for confirmation that he is with us. So once we get that confirmed, we're going to start. Moving on, it is time. We asked you to know information about those on your left and right, and it is time to be examined. So I'm just going to be calling you by the color. I can't even miss it. By the color of your shirt and
all right, so before we do that, I want to quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Michael from Pharmacology
a
Department.
round of applause for Dr.
Please
Michael.
let's celebrate Dr. Michael.
All right, so I was just informed that Dr. Michael is going to be representing the Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital. So he's going to be coming up to the high table. Don't stop clapping. You can't stop.
Don't stop.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing today's event. Thank you for coming around. All right. And in our presence, I was hoping that we would have like an entire, entourage for her. So we have in our presence the current dean of the Faculty of Dentistry, and that is in the person of Professor Juliana Taiwo. A round of applause for our dean. She's already on the high table where she was going to stay anyway, but I was hoping for an entire entourage to usher her to her seat. All right, and our speakers are coming in, and they're coming, and they're coming. So, in our presence is another speaker, another important speaker.
The powerhouse in the dentistry profession.
There we go, there we go. That's who she is. And in our presence, we have Professor Morenike Upong. A round of applause for Professor Upong as she is ushered to the high table. The event is prepared. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Professor Upong spoke in our online symposium, Women in Dentistry, a while ago, and she's here again to impact even more knowledge into us. Please, another round of applause for Professor Morenike Upong. Thank you so much, Ma, for gracing our occasion today. All right, so we have a lot of speakers. I just need confirmation that Dr. Aniemeke is with us. Okay. And knowing that he's with us, I would just like to invite the third speaker. He's online because he's in the United States currently. But we are going to act like he's right here in our presence. So please, a round of applause for Dr. John Aniemeke. He is listening to your rounds of applause online. He's going to be our first speaker today. And he has so much in store for us. We are so excited to have Dr. John in our presence. We'll have a sound check during the Q&A session. But for now, we're just going to be listening to his presentation.
Okay. Just again, if you have any questions, please write them in a piece of paper and pass to any of the ushers around. It's very important. We have
the same
amazing
thing applies to those online. Please, before he comes on to speak, we want you to have your questions ready in the chat box.
Yeah.
We are live with you. We are watching the Zoom meeting. So any questions you have, we are right here with you. So Tito, please go ahead.
All right then. So I'd like to invite Miss Oroluwade Emo for Dr. John Animeke's citation. Please let's celebrate her.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Oroluwade Emo, and it's a very special privilege to be taking the citation of Dr. John C. Aniemeke. Dr. John C. Aniemeke obtained his Bachelor of Dental Surgery degree, BDS, from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria in 2005. He proceeded immediately to the United States for further education. He gained admission into the first class of the University of Texas Health Science Center, San Antonio International Dental Program. He graduated cum laude in May 2009 with a Doctor of Dental Surgery, DDS, and received the Quintessence Academic Achievement Award as an outstanding student in periodontics. Dr. Aniemeke received his specialty training at the University of Texas Health Sciences Center in San Antonio, where he obtained a combined certificate of specialization in periodontics and oral implantology, and a Master of Science degree, MS, at the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. His anesthesia training was at the Veterans Hospital in San Antonio. He also trained at the University of Pennsylvania Hospital in Philadelphia on oral surgery externship. He currently maintains multi-owned dental surgical private practices in the Northwest and Northeast San Antonio area, limited to periodontics and dental implants. Dr. John is a people person who is very passionate about his patients and devotes quality time to care for them as family. He is a man of faith known for his compassionate heart towards his patients. He was honored with the Dr. Robert Dale Memorial Award for selfless service to the community and devotion to patient care at the University of Texas Health Sciences Center, San Antonio Dental School in 2009. He was recently featured on the cover page of the Live Oak City magazine for his great community impact and commitment to the oral health and overall well-being of city residents. He is well recognized by the mayors and city council members of San Antonio and the city of Live Oak. Dr. John is dedicated to making a difference in his patients' lives by providing exemplary dental care. He knows that it takes more than just good surgical techniques to be a great periodontist. It takes commitment, understanding, and most importantly, a genuine interest in patient health and safety. Every patient is treated like family, and you can expect to be treated with the utmost respect and care you rightly deserve. In addition, Dr. John lectures nationally and internationally in general dentistry, oral medicine, oral implantology, and periodontics. He also lectures college students and young professionals on career-related topics. He is a member of numerous professional organizations, including the American Academy of Periodontology, AAP, American Dental Association, ADA, Texas Dental Association, TDA, Southwest Society of Periodontists, SWSP, San Antonio District Dental Society, SADDS, American Academy of Osseointegration, AO, International Team for Implantology, ITI, International Congress of Oral Implantologists, ICOI, and American Dental Society of Anesthesiology, ADSA. Dr. John has kept his clinical skills current through an ongoing commitment to continuing education courses through these professional organizations. He is a diplomate of the International Congress of Oral Implantologists. Dr. John is happily married to his beautiful wife, Chidima, an associate professor of medicine at the University of Texas Health, Long School of Medicine, San Antonio. They are blessed with 3 beautiful children, Miriam, Timothy, and Emmanuel. He enjoys listening to music, playing soccer, watching football, and spending time with his family. Can we all join me with a clapping ovation to welcome Dr. Anyemeke?
Thank you so much, Ms. Oraoluwa. Just before Dr. Anyemeke comes to speak and we'll get to learn from him, we would like to have the Dean forward for us to listen to the Dean's address, and this is going to be taken by Professor J.O. Taiwo, and right after that, Dr. John Anyemeke will be coming to give his presentation. Professor Taiwo, please give a round of applause as she comes forward to give her address for today's symposium. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. This place is looking beautiful, beautifully decorated. I want to congratulate the organizing team for such a beautiful organization. I am representing the Provost College of Medicine, and I'm here as the host of today's occasion. So I'm wearing 2 caps. The speech I'm giving will double up for the Provost's speech too. Okay. The Provost College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. The guest speaker, Professor Morenike Ukpong, Dean College of Health Sciences, University of Ife. Dr. Anyemeke, former president of EADS. Dr. Odofin, NDA president. Professor Folaromi, professor of University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and former president of Nigeria Association of Orthodontists. Professor Denloye, former deputy provost. Professor Modupe Arowojolu, former dean. Colonel Folaromi, first president of UADS, and Colonel Aburemi, Dr. Taiwo Afolabi, chairman, CIFAS groups. Professors here present, our lecturers, students, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to this symposium. This topic to be discussed, exploring the frontiers of dentistry, home and abroad, is apt and could not come at a better time than now, when more than 50% of the youth are unemployed and many of our products have found their way to developed countries. Even the most interesting thing is that one will think that being a dental surgeon or a doctor, employment will come easily and be available and waiting for you. But it doesn't look as if that is what's happening. Even though WHO data on dental manpower states is one dentist or dental worker to 150,000 people in developing countries. This means developing countries, Nigerian inclusive, do not have adequate number of dental workers. Our problem lies in distribution of manpower, provision of the facilities and materials for delivery of dental services, which are basically concentrated in urban areas. Abroad, dental practice has advanced and has become highly computerized and technical, from taking history, risk assessment, to management of dental diseases. These have become technical. And very often when our products go abroad, they undergo training again. Are we training our products to break through these barriers and to be able to explore new frontiers abroad and at home? Training has always been fashioned towards the colonial masters pattern to train people to work for government, which is now saturated and filled with old women and old men. And the service is slowly employing the youth. There is need to have a change in ideology, in the training of the dentist, from only giving services to making money. You can make money from dentistry. This means we need to diversify. Training of the student dentist is important to train him to diversify. And this change is urgent. This change must incorporate other aspects of dentistry which are hidden. For example, we are training you and we are not even encouraging you to go into manufacturing of dental equipment, manufacturing of instruments, manufacturing of materials. Up till today, Nigeria is importing all dental materials and equipment and instruments. And we can start manufacturing some of them. Also, we need to also train our the dentists to get involved in relation to our dental equipment, dental instruments, and dental materials. So you can see how we can diversify our products. To get involved in information technology. When you go abroad, the way we prepare crown here, that's not the way they prepare crown. They use the preparation of crown is computerized. we need to train involved in hospital management, dental hospital management, dental clinic management. As we are sitting in the dental center now, we have other people managing our dental hospital there. And I feel that we'll be better off to have somebody who is knowledgeable about dentistry to manage our hospitals. And that is why up till today, they look at dentistry as one department instead of 6 departments. We need to get involved in records. I will leave the rest of this to the guest speaker and the discussants. I'm sure they have a lot to tell you. I congratulate the president of UADS and his organizing team for organizing this symposium, especially at this time. Once again, I welcome everybody here to a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Taiwo.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the privilege to be one of your speakers for the Unibadan Association Health Week. Brings a lot of memories, even as a dental student, but one-time UADS president at the University of Ibadan, and I'm very grateful to be invited back to be one of the speakers in this year's event. Thank you so much for the privilege. I want to start by saying thank you to my professors, to my teachers. I want to honor the provost of the College of Medicine, honor the deputy provost, our amiable dean of the dental school, Professor Taiwo. I want to honor all our professors, all the teachers, all the dental consultants, dental nurses, and everyone that is working in the dental school, including the wonderful dental students, the resident doctors, and everyone that helps to make things happen, in the dental school and also in the College of Medicine. I appreciate you and I thank you for all you do. My name is John Anabeki. I'm currently practicing as a periodontist in the state of Texas. I graduated from the Great University of Ibadan in 2005, and today my topic is practicing dentistry in diaspora. I came to the University of Ibadan in 1997 for the BDS program, and of course one of the major reasons why I did was because my elder sister, who was in the medical program at the time, and of course everybody knows in Nigeria that UI is the best. It's great for the training and the education, and that's why I moved all the way from Delta State to come to Ibadan to get my dental education. I'll say it's one of the best decisions I've taken because it laid an excellent foundation of which, today practicing as a periodontist, I'm very grateful. I would say it's by no means was it easy, but definitely it was worth it. For me, I was very privileged to have gone to the United States of America midway through my training. My mom won the visa lottery, and we had to go. But while I got there, I discovered that I had to start all over, or finish what I was doing in Nigeria, and later transition. And I chose to finish what I was doing in Nigeria. I felt like I had a good foundation, and I wanted to complete the good work that I started. Transitioning from Nigeria with a BDS coming to the United States where it's DDS, not just necessarily the letters of the diploma, the training is completely different. And one of the things that I wanted to do was to familiarize myself with the way dentistry has been practiced here in the United States. Cultural expectations here in the practice of dentistry is completely different from the way it's done in Nigeria. And I really wanted to do that. And I discovered dentists that were successful in practicing outside the shores of Nigeria. One of the big things that's important is the cultural shift. Here, patients are the boss. You're here to serve them, and your ability to listen to them, understand the culture, meet their expectations and their demands would help you to be a successful dentist. All these truths and foundational precepts I learned just by watching the doctors interact with their patients. Of course, then you take your exams. You have to take the TOEFL, you take the National Board of Dental Exams. I did all that. And of course, there's a bench test. So there's a lot of practicing of, class 2s, crown preps, root canals, depending on which part of the United States or any part of the world you're practicing, you would need to do that. And these were the things that I had to do. And graciously, by the grace of God, I got into the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio in the very first set in 2007. To the glory of God, I graduated in 2009. Got my license in 2009. Went to specialty training as a periodontist. And I'm practicing right now as a periodontist and implant surgeon in San Antonio, Texas. I want to say to a fresh dental graduate, you are in one of the best professions ever. I've never regretted from the day that I got my dental license here in the United States. I have never regretted the privilege. I count it one of the greatest privilege and the greatest blessings to be a dentist. And I want to just let you know, we're in a part of medicine that has a lot to do with technology. So it's very important to keep abreast with latest technology, latest techniques, latest procedures, just to be, well versed with the way things are done, to be able to be a blessing to patients and to do more good. So those are my few tips for graduating dental students: to apply yourself, push for the best, and be the best you can be. Of course, one of the best ways is immigration, maybe through family, through marriage, through whatever means. That will give you a status, aside of just an educational one. But, the ways that you can, which I shared with some of my colleagues, was basically pursuing a postgraduate degree, whether a master's degree or a PhD program. And I think about 10 or 15 of my colleagues in my class, when I told them about it, they pursued that, got the master's program, and while they wrote the board exams. And with that, it gave them the opportunity to apply for dental school. Of course, some of us that were already graduates were able to either co-sign for them or help them with, recommendation letters or the different ins and outs of different programs. And that's how I think it's a good way that you can get in into a program in the United States. That's for the United States. In my opinion, I think the United States is the best place to practice dentistry. Outside, other places are good, but in my opinion, again, practicing in the US, they have the best. They have the best training. They have the best opportunities and the best platforms to be the best dentist you can be. The process of getting certified in the United States is quite rigorous, but it's doable. Of course, when you look at it on paper, it's intense. The best way to start is to start, again, writing the exams, focusing on really doing well in the exams. The material is the material. It covers, extensive. If you get the materials, the MBD 1, 2 materials, the questions, the flashcards, really intensely doing that. That's the first part. The second part is the assessment skill test. You will need a dentist that will teach you how the preps, because the preps are different from the way we practice preps in Nigeria. They have a certain way they practice their class 2 preps, so you need to know that. And sometimes in different programs, the expectations are different. So for example, in Texas, we have a unique way of practicing and prepping class 2s, different from the way maybe they may practice up north. Some people want the isthmus to be very small, 1 millimeter. It just depends. Some people are very conservative, so you need to be able to know all those factors. That's one thing to keep in mind. So is it rigorous? Yes, but it's very possible. So like I said before, you can go through the 2 to 3 year DDS program. What that does is that it gives you a proper foundation, helps you to unlearn what you learned before that was not really solid, help you perfect the things that you need to perfect. And if you're going to specialize, that also gives you a very good, buffer and also advantage when you apply, because they know that you have a good foundation. The other pathway is to go through the academic route, through a master's program, or directly into residency. But the residencies that accept the BDS are few, and some of them are not hardcore clinical programs. So if you're looking to be a clinical dentist where you can touch patients and really do more complex procedures, the DDS route may be the best pathway for you. Talking about specialization, like ADA has about 9 to 11 specialties that are recognized now. They just added orofacial pain and oral and maxillofacial radiology to the specialization. So basically, some of the things you need to know, irrespective of whichever one you want to go with, you need to pass the board exams, part 1 and 2. You go through the DDS route, finish your 2-year program, then you apply in your 3rd year while in dental school. If you want to just apply directly to the residency, it's also very possible, but those are more difficult. One of the few things I've noticed, and that just by my experience, of course talking with different people. In my class, in the international dental program, we had people from 10 different nations: Venezuela, Chile, India. We discovered that the dentists that did not go through the DDS dental school training programs, they found it difficult to establish their own practices by themselves. Again, talking about culture, when you go through the DDS program, you learn the culture of practicing dentistry, from the grassroots, and that helps you in your management of patients. This is important, so you don't get sued, you don't lose your license, and you can really be successful. So I discovered that doctors that were not successful were people that still had the mindset of Africa, or wherever they were coming from, trying to practice dentistry the same way. No. The cultures are different. And those are the things that can be worked on while in your training program. I benefited a lot from that, and I think for every dentist that has a practice today, that goes a long way. So these are the pathways. You can apply directly to residency. You can go through the DDS program. My recommendation is program, because you will learn a lot. You will see things from a very bigger and a broader perspective, and it will help you to be well-grounded and well-rounded to practice any type and any style of dentistry you want to practice. So basically, the differences in the curriculum in Nigeria versus the United States, it's different. But again, I think the goals are the same. So from a number of years perspective, you need a first degree, like a bachelor's in some science degree from a university, of course. First, then you apply to dental school after you write your dental assessment test, which is called the DAT. And the dental program is 4 years. Of course, first year is, going through anatomy, physiology, and all that. Second year, you start doing oral pathology. And so pretty much ours is synchronized along the same lines. It's just that ours is 6 years, block years together. In the third year, you write your MD or your BDS Part 2 exam, and I'm not sure BDS Part 1 or Part 2, BDS exam, the MD exam, and you cross over to the clinical program. But it's different. It's different in the number of years. So if you really calculate the number of years here to be a dentist, it takes about 8 years, whereas in Nigeria it takes about 6 years to be able to, get certified. I discovered that in our curriculum, the emphasis is a lot more on clinical stuff, the medical stuff. And I think that has its place because of tropical diseases and the needs of the people. Because again, I doubt that the needs of the average Nigerian is veneers and cosmetic dentistry. Of course, in the big cities it is, but we're still following that disease pathology model in our practice of dentistry, which really patterns after the medical model for our colleagues. I think that clinically we're prepared to be good clinicians or great clinicians. But again, dentistry is expensive even here in the United States, so people have to pay for their services and all that. I don't know if Nigeria is at that point yet. However, that's kind of the disparity that's what causes the disparity in the training. I believe that as advances in technology, of course, people become more aware. I believe that's important to tweak the training to meet the realities of the modern day. But that comes with time. And so those are the things I would say. My final point on the curriculum is, I think to a large extent, the training and the examination process must reflect what is basically obtainable in other countries. So I don't know, so when they were still having essay exams and all that stuff, but the assessment test is quite standardized, and many international people don't do well with standardized testing because we're just not trained that way. And I think if we can equilibrate our training to meet modern day standards that obtains in other parts of the world, it gives us a good fighting chance, to show what we know. Because we know our stuff, it's just that the way we are being taught and the way we're tested is different from the way they are tested here. So I think that's kind of the disparity there. But overall, I think we're well versed, we're well trained. Initially, I was like, okay, I don't know if we're trained, but really we're well trained. We're trained in a specialized way, which the training in Nigeria will be well appreciated in the residency program. When you get into the residency, they can now say, because that's the way we're trained. We go through that residency rotational model. Cost of the JAPA process. Again, it varies depending on what route you're hoping to go. Either way, you would need to register for the exams. I would say if you're going through the DDS route, it's going to cost you about, between $100 to $200,000. Okay. But the key thing to keep in mind is that there are student loans for those things, and you have co-signers, and there are opportunities to get those things, through, the financial aid offices. Everybody, including the people that were born here, have to pay some sort of money for their training programs. The good news is that those monies, you can pay them back within a year or two after you start practicing. So it's an investment. So don't look at it as an expenditure. It's an investment. You are investing to become a better person, to know more stuff. So hey, it's an investment. So I don't think anybody should freak out about the amount of money you spend. Well, you have to spend money to get something quality. You invest to harvest. That's kind of my philosophy on that. But if you're going through the DDS route, of course, you still have to pass your exams. You may need to just pay to get your master's program, and that may bring you below the 100,000 mark. But either way, if you still ask me, if you invest well into the clinical DDS didactic, clinical training program, you are well prepared to be able to manage patients, and you'll be able to make more. At least the average that you pay for a dentist, first year, close to about $150,000 to $200,000 a year. So hey, and Nigerians being people that have great work ethic, I know many of you are excited to, hey, you have the opportunity and the platforms out there. You can certainly do well. So I think the sky is the limit. So I don't think anybody should worry about the whole process. But if you have good friends, good colleagues, uncles and aunties that will be willing to invest in you, hey, go ahead, by all means do that. My only advice here is this: your desire should be to be the best, not necessarily because of the money to be made or just exiting the country. Because again, hey, if you're not focused on being the best and being excellent, you will not be able to succeed outside of Nigeria. So focus on being the best you can be, trusting God that you can fly high the flags of dentistry, both for Nigeria, for UI Dental School, and all over the world. And hey, touch more lives and be a blessing to many people. I want to use this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you so much for having me to be a speaker this year. I want to thank the organizing committee, the planning team for this year's symposium, UADS leadership, executive leadership. Thank you for having me as one of the speakers this year. I'm very grateful. I want to thank the provost of the College of Medicine, the deputy provost. I want to thank our amiable dean of the dental faculty, thank the sub-dean, thank all our professors, thank all our consultants, thank all the resident doctors, thank all the senior teachers, registrars, everyone, the technologists, all the staff of the UCH Dental School, UI Dental School. Thank you. Thank you everyone in the audience, everyone that has come here to be a part of what we're celebrating today, from all the different programs. Thank you. Most importantly, I want to thank the dental students. You guys are lovely, you guys are amazing. I just want to encourage you. There's a great future ahead of you. Thank you for having me. I hope we can connect soon. God bless you. Thank you so much, and have a great health week.
All right then. So please, our questions. Does anyone have any questions here? Anybody? Okay. Okay, this question says, if I may ask, how did you fund your pathway, sir? Your pathway, how did you fund it, Dr. Animeke? I think you touched on this a little, but then I think I'll allow you to answer the question.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you for having me as one of your speakers. It's about 4 a.m. here, but this is something that I'm excited about. And again, I want to thank all my professors again, thank the CMD and all the other speakers that are here for this conference. God bless you and thank you for the invitation. Um, I was able to afford my training with financial aid. So every program, there's a financial aid office that is available for the students. Depending on how long you stayed in each state, you may be qualified for what we call in-state tuition. So if you're qualified for in-state tuition, you don't pay like an international student. So I'll tell you, it's almost a difference of almost $20,000 to $30,000 of a difference. So sometimes it's always cheaper to train in the place where you're resident. And so I was in Texas. I think it's still one of the cheapest programs. And at least as at then, it was about $49,000 for the training. But the school funded through what we call subsidized loans. And I know when we talk about the amount of money, people get afraid. Every dental student, including those that were born here, got the financial aid. So you probably would need that. There are very few people, except you. There's a full ride scholarship, which I don't know if there was anyone that was really under the such scholarships that they have to pay. So you get what we call a subsidized loan. That means it's very low interest loans that you have about 20 to 30 years to pay off, which definitely most dentists are able to pay off within the first 5 years of being in practice. And so that was how I funded mine. And went through my first 2 years. Some residencies, if you talk about postgraduate, some residencies want you to pay to train. Some, they pay you, but they pay you a stipend because you're making money for the program. And so I was fortunate to be in a program where I didn't need to pay to train. For the residency portion of my training, they paid me a little stipend for working for the hospital. However, the master's program, which is the dual part of my training, I had to pay my school fees for my master's program, which is also a very little amount. So either way, you still have financial aid that would help you because they know that you're going to be successful and definitely you would have the means to pay back. So that was my experience. I don't know if I answered the question.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, you did. You did. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions? Okay, so let's have that. Okay, please, sir, what is the average duration to complete the TDS program? and specialization in periodontology in particular.
Okay. I think I kind of like the periodontology question. But anyways, the average number of years, it varies from school to school. So there are 2-year programs which are very competitive to get in. There are 3-year programs, and also some places, due to the influx of people that are coming from other parts of the world, Nigerians would have to compete with people from everywhere in the world. In fact, 90% of your international classmates will be Indians, and they are very high scoring people. That's one of the reasons why I put in the plug-in for the way, and I speak respectfully, our testing, I think our style of testing, something needs to happen, or some type of arrangement to help us to prepare for standardized testing, because we don't do well, that we know our stuff. We're just not trained that way to be able to test like our other colleagues. Anyways, so because they've seen that and they see the defectiveness in the way we test, some mandatorily make us go through extra years of training. So some programs are 2, some programs are 3, some programs are 4. It just depends on where you apply. If you're applying for the 2-year programs, you better make sure that you score excellently and your skill test is on point, because those are the things that can affect you. What I've noticed is schools up north, when I say up north, New York, Boston, it's easy to get in there than down south. And down south, they want you to do a bench test. Unfortunately, we some of us have not prepped crowns, or we didn't do crown preps while we're in training. So we're very good with the extractions and all. So those things would affect. So you need to be able to correct that, practice a lot. So I had to buy dental teeth and look for dentists, just prep and prep. So those are the things that would determine the programs that are shorter, the competition is higher. The programs that are longer, the competition to get in is not as steep. For residencies, the residencies are, again, depending, there's what we call a general dentistry residency, or the AGD, the Advanced Education on General Dentistry. It's basically a year to 2 years. But when you talk about other type of residencies that require some type of a board status, the minimum that I've seen is 2. Endo is 2 years. Perio is 3 years. Oral surgery is 4 years without the MD degree. If you're going to get the MD degree, oral surgery is 6 years. Orthodontics, depending on the program, is 2+ years or 3 years, depending on where. So every state is different. However, anyone that will give you some type of a board status, the minimum is 2 years. But if you're interested in perio is 3 years. And those are the amount of years that you need if you're going to apply to any of the programs. I don't think I can hear you. Sorry, I don't think I can hear you. All right.
Oh, I was thanking you, sir, for the answers to your questions and for your presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Please let's celebrate Dr. Animeke. Okay, so right before I call Ms. Temilolu Adini for Dr. Adishola Odofin's citation, I'd like to recognize the presence of Professor Inkiru Folaromi, one of our speakers today online. And Mrs. Oguntola Sadi, a representative from Nigerian Tribune. She's here with us today. That's her seated over there. Thank you very much, ma, for coming today. All right, then. So please let's have Miss Tim Lulu Wadini.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on existing protocols, I'll be taking the citation of Dr. Adeshola Odofin. Ma, please, can you kindly stand as I take the citation? Thank you, ma. Dr. Adeshola Damola Odofin, a consultant family dentist, is the chief consultant at Government Dental Center, Dugbe. She had her primary education at Ijapo Estate Primary School before proceeding to St. Louis Grammar School, Akure, for her secondary education. She had a BDS degree from the University of Benin in 2007. Dr. Odofin joined the Oyo State Civil Service in 2010 and proceeded with her residency training in 2012. She was at the University College Hospital Ibadan for her residency program and earned her fellowship in family dentistry, FMC FD, from the National Postgraduate Medical College, Nigeria in 2019. She is the CEO of Jemima Dental Clinic, Dugbe and Oluyole. Dr. Odofin also runs an NGO, Jemima Oral Health Foundation, which is concerned with providing free dental checkups and treatments to the less privileged, particularly orphans, widows, and the elderly, and the hearing impaired children within and outside Oyo State since 2014. She has attended several conferences home and abroad to date. Her leadership qualities manifested right from her primary school, as she was the head girl both at the primary and secondary school. She was the immediate past assistant secretary of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Oyo State chapter, and the immediate past general secretary of the Nigerian Dental Association. And she is presently the chairperson of Nigerian Dental Association, Oyo State. She is married with children. Join me with a standing ovation as I welcome Dr. Adeshola Odofin. Thank you.
Sound check, sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check.
Thank you so much. Good morning. The CMD, represented by Dr. Michael,
Sound check, 1, 2.
Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, represented by Professor Juliana Taiwo and the Able Dean of the faculty, Professor Denloye, Professor Haro Jolu, Professor Mbong, dear students, and other consultants and students. It gives me so much pleasure to be here. I want to say thank you to the students, and it gives me a nostalgic feeling, because I remember in year 2000 as a 100 level student at the greatest university of Benin. Yes. And that greatest was deleted from my profile. You'll be sanctioned. It's the greatest university of Benin. So it was at a program like this. Yes, I was 100 level dental student, but I was so bent on changing to medicine by 200 level. I didn't want to come, but I came. And by the time I heard a professor from University of Ife speak about dentistry, it was as if God was talking to me directly. And I got hooked. You know, my uncle that already, said, okay, will help me with the change of the course, He was the one looking out for me. That, are you not changed? I said, don't worry. I think I am where I want to be. And since then, no regrets. I so much love dentistry. So, if you are doubting, you are in the right profession. Take that from me. Take that from me. So, I'll be talking about the challenges of setting up and running a private clinic in Nigeria. I like that suffix in Nigeria because setting up practice in other clients, I'm not sure will be as tedious as it is in Nigeria. When I finished my youth service, my husband was like, okay, so what next? It wasn't sure that I was going to get a government employment, and we are in Ibadan. I'm from Ogun State. My husband is from Ekiti State. So we knew our chances of, my chances of getting a job in Oyo State was very slim. What with all these, you are not from the state and all that. So my husband encouraged me that I should set up a practice. Yes, but I met up with the first big challenge. Setting up of dental practice is it's capital intensive. Capital intensive. You know, if I was our medical colleagues, all they need is their stethoscope, the SFIG, a table and a chair, a bed for examination, and business starts. But for the dentist, you need a dental chair, the basic things, a dental chair, an autoclave, an x-ray machine, your instruments. By the way, I started my practice with a forceps. You know, as dental student, when you get to the clinical class at the University of Benin, we were encouraged to have our own set of instruments. So we had all the complements of the extraction forceps, and we have this, our small packet of our perio instruments. Kudos to our teachers. Kudos. Thank you for all you do for us. I started my practice without, then, you know, we were like, must they force us to get these things? But, you know, they actually are building the future for us. So I started my practice with those set of instruments, and I only had to buy a few more and instruments and all that. So the first challenge, fund. How do I get fund? No bank will give you loan as a new graduate. Forget it. The banking sector, the financial institution, they are not helping the medical business. They will not help you except policies change. That is why I want to encourage us to get involved in politics. Except policies change. There should be a loan, yes, get involved. There should be a loan that should be available to young graduates with minimal interest. Okay, how did I get my fund? Thank God for family, thank God for friends, thank God for senior colleagues. I want to particularly appreciate Dr. Adisa. You know Dr. Adisa? Those of you in clinical class, you will know him. Yes, Dr. Adisa is a good man. You know, I did my housemanship at the University College Hospital. Okay, greatest UI. You people are very accommodating. So I did my housemanship at the great University College Hospital Ibadan. So I met wonderful people. Yes, they are my senior colleagues, but, you know, they take you as aburos. So I approached Dr. Adisa. I need some soft loan. And he gave me. By that time, I was done with my housemanship, but I didn't have any issues about doubting me that I will pay back. Meaning, you need to be good. You need to be people of integrity. So that people will readily say, okay, if I give you something, you will pay back. I want to, at this point, also appreciate Professor Dosumu and Dr. Elizabeth Dosumu. Please, a round of applause for them. Yes. These are the people that gave me leverage. I got my first dental chair from, it came with a fabricated a fabricated, well-packaged compressor. Then it wasn't easy to even get all these China fabricated dental chairs. So if I want to get a dental chair, as at that time, I wouldn't have less than 4 million. Where am I getting that from? My stipend from youth service was 33,000 naira. So where will I get that? All right. So Prof gave me, in fact, I'm sure he dashed me because I paid 33,000 naira for that, for that chair with the compressor. Okay, next time you will, sorry, I will take more than this time, but let's go on. So I started my practice. The major challenge, like I said, is fund. So you need to be good, you need to be people of integrity. If the banks will not give you money, you can source for fund from family and friends and senior colleagues. And I want to let you know that you have wonderful senior colleagues. We give leverage. We give leverage. Then there are a lot of suppliers now, dental material suppliers. They give you all this equipment and ask you to pay installments with interest. Then there are some of our senior colleagues too who bring in equipment now. So they can help you bring in, then you pay in installments. So you wouldn't have so much challenge as I had then. Now another very major challenge is getting patients and sustaining your patients. Okay, yes, I've set up shop. I have my signpost according to the recommendation by the MDCN. But do you know, even if they see that there is a dental clinic here, it doesn't mean people will come. It's so unfortunate that most of our dental patients in Nigeria, I don't know if that happens in other African countries, they only come to see the dentist when they can't sleep, when they are in severe pain. I mean severe pain, or when they have abscess, big abscess. So how do you get your patients? For me, I had to start doing outreaches, free dental checks. Some I do free treatments, some I do subsidized treatments. So I started going to the neighborhood where my clinic is. I go to churches, I go to schools. Then anywhere I hear they want to have an outreach, I'm a volunteer because I have an ulterior motive. Yes. Once you see, you can only do a little at outreaches. So when you want to refer, I'll tell them, bring this referrer to my clinic. When you come, I give you subsidized treatment. So I was able to get, majorly I got patients from that. Then family and friends too. Then one other thing that helped me, there is so much, a lot of people don't know so much about oral care. So I had to get in touch with all these radio people. They are looking for people to run their programs, so just offer yourself. So I would give oral health education on radio, and they're like, okay, can you kindly drop your number in case our audience want to call in or call you after the program? So they have my number. They call me, and now, how do you now sustain your patients? Number one thing, you have to be skilled. You have to be skilled. If your patients have a good experience, they will definitely refer others. The best referral you can get, the best referral system is through your skill. Skill. So if you think you're deficient, you need to develop yourself. Go for hands-on programs. If you need to go shadow, you know what I mean by shadow, at a senior colleague's clinic, please go. If you need to, do practicals more hands-on, please do. Because if you really want to succeed in private practice, you need to be very skilled. Then, when you meet your patients, it should not just be all about the cash, their pockets, their purse, their wallets. That shouldn't be your focus. You should get to know your patients. There is a way I relate with my patients. We gist, we gist, especially the elderly ones. We ask them about their dog, if they have one, about their garden, about their children. You know, you need to get them relaxed, get your patients relaxed. A lot of dental patients are anxious, they are tensed. Try to calm them, let them feel like, oh, really, you are interested in them. You are not just interested in their cash. If you see the way I relate, I will talk with some of my patients, you will think we are relatives. But you should be able to put a boundary. You should be able to put a boundary. But if you have a good rapport with your patients, you make them understand that, oh, I care about you, not just your money. They will not go elsewhere. And you will get referrals. One of the things that I do that help me, in their database, we have a database of their birthdays. We send messages, text messages. You know, a patient called me, like, really? I got your text message. So you knew my birthday. Oh, I'm so touched. And you're giving me 50% discount on scaling and polishing for my birthday. The patient was just so, as it meant a lot to that patient. Oh, do you think that kind of a patient will not refer people to you? They will, because you have just demonstrated that, oh, you care. During Christmas, any occasion, Ramadan period, beginning of the month, you send messages, because it's a major challenge maintaining your patience. Then another thing is, you should know your limits. Know your limits. When a patient comes, oh, okay, you have assessed the patient. Oh, this is what you have. Well, my clinic does not, or I don't have the ability to do this. I might need to invite a specialist, or I might need to refer you. You know, the patient, we have confidence in you that, oh, you really know what you're doing, because you have already discussed with the patient, this is the disease, this is the treatment, these are the treatment options, these are the likely complications. The patient will know that, oh, really, you are competent. And that's one of the major factors that make your patient stay. A major challenge that even Prof has already mentioned is, you know, it's unfortunate, Nigeria, we don't manufacture any of the materials we use in dentistry. We do not manufacture a single one. So the dental practice is being played upon by the different values of the dollar. As of today, the dollar is 580 naira. Yeah, it's 580, the exchange rate. So the amount you buy your composites yesterday might not be the same you will buy today. So that's a major challenge, because the cost of managing the practice keep rising. One of the ways you can mitigate this is buying your stuff in bulk, by doing bulk purchases. You can, you know, in collaboration with some other practices. I do that. I have 2 or 3 friends that we run practices. So we buy in bulk and we just divide, because the dollar does not help us the way it's just. And a patient comes in today, you say, oh, a patient called the practice last week, you say extraction, you have already assessed the patient. Well, I'm going to do your filling, maybe 15,000 naira. Okay, unfortunately, the composite got finished over the weekend, and you're buying a new pack of composite, and the patient came in, and will you tell the patient, oh, composite is now 100,000, so sorry, your treatment is going to be 20,000. Do you think that patient will want to stay? Patient will think you're playing a prank on him or her. So the dollar does not really help our practice. I hope you see another reason why we should go into politics. And when you go into politics, don't go into politics for your self-gain. We should look at ways, you know, to make our country better, to make our profession better. If Nigeria is making a lot of these things, cost of treatment will be reduced, and our profits, you know. I would like to let you know that there is a lot of prospect in private practice. A lot of patients don't have the time. If you go to most public hospitals, you have to wait. For instance, now at Dugbe, where I'm currently the chief consultant, we hardly have electricity from IBDEC. Before now, when diesel was 250 per liter, we used to run the gen for 4 hours between 10 and 2 p.m. Right now, diesel is 750, less than a year interval. And we don't have the capacity to even run the gen for 2 hours. And we see a lot of patients, about, on the average daily, you will have like 10 patients who wants to have scaling and polishing. How do you want to cope? So a lot of patients will actually prefer to just go to the private setup. So there is big, opportunity for you in the private sector. But if you are able to, mitigate against these challenges, you'll be fine. One other thing that will help us in private practice, that will give us visibility, that will help you to gain patients, is that you should take advantage of the social media. Social media, very important. I remember when I was setting my practice at Dugbe, a colleague, Dr. Agbogidi, he asked me some questions. Do I have my practice on Google Business? I'm like, I beg, I don't get time. He said, put time for Google. So I, did a Google Business setup. Initially, setting up that practice, I was relying on the traffic of people that comes into the mall. In retrospect now, I realize that 80% of my patients are actually from Google. They will just call me, oh, I Googled dental clinics and I saw you online. Where is your practice? So your phone should not just, the social media should not just be a platform where, you try to like, oh, follow. You should use it to your advantage. We cannot advertise, but there are some things you can do. If you do a pre and post picture of maybe a very dirty mouth with big calculus and the post care, oh, do you think, you can just put a caption, do you think your mouth is this dirty? If you need help, you just put your number or whatever on your page, and they will give you a call. Oh, I saw you on Instagram. So we should take advantage of the social visibility, and it will draw patients to you. Well, I think my time is up. It's tough doing business in Nigeria because of the Nigeria factor. But with consistency, with efforts, you will break even. I started my practice 2009. For the first 3 years or 4 years, luckily I got a government job. So for the first 3 or 4 years, I was paying my staff and my rent from my salary. That was very discouraging, but I kept at it. Even when I was to start residency, my husband said I should close the practice. I said, no, I won't close the practice. So I leave the practice there. I get doctors on locum to cover for me. After like the 5th, 6th year, it was as if, where have I been all my life? As in, people would just come in like, oh, I didn't know you were here. The volume, you would not believe I had been at that location for the past 5 years. The volume just, shut up suddenly. So consistency, patience, hard work, because you need to work on your skill. You need to hone your practice, and your patients need to be, your staff, you need to train them to be empathic. Most patients are in pain, they are anxious. If you treat them shabbily, they won't come back, they won't refer. But if you calm them, if you are nice, they will definitely come again and bring more patients for you. Well, I think at this point, I should just stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for your presentation. Another round of applause for Dr. Odofi. So now we are going to quickly take questions. Are there questions from the Zoom meeting? Are there people that have questions here? We're only going to be taking a few questions. So if you have questions, now is the time to pass it to the ushers so that they can bring it forward and Dr. Odofin can answer you immediately. We are going to give 2 to 3 minutes for that. We are waiting for your questions. Those online, if you can hear me, it's very important that you send your questions via the chat box. The chat room is open. And those of us that are here, if you have questions concerning private practice, how it applies to dentistry, what areas are more lucrative, if you have these questions, I'm going to be waiting. In the meantime, I would like to inform Mr. Demilade that the raffle draw and giveaway session is about to begin. All right, thank you very much. We have one question. Okay. Okay. So, similar questions. Please, Ma, which specialty of dentistry is the most...
I will sell my faculty this morning. Yes. You know, the best thing that happened to me in private practice was doing residency in family dentistry. And I want to, at this point, appreciate my mama, my mentor, Professor Juliana Taiwo. Please, standing ovation for her. She is my trainer. I'm serious. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So back to the question. The best specialty for for private practice. I will answer by saying family dentistry. Yes. The best thing that happened to me was going for residency in family dentistry. Family dentistry gives you the opportunity, you know, like I joke with my colleagues, we call ourselves Gbogbo Nishe. Gbogbo Nishe, as in you have the knowledge, you go through all the specialties. We go through pediatrics, OMS, we go around before we now come back to the clinic, both at the junior and the senior posting. So bring the crown prep, I can do it. Crown and bridges, I can do it. Excision of some small lesions, I do it. Mommy, she trained me, Professor Denloy. So I'm very good with children, though, because I learned from the best. Mommy, I learned from you how to sing for them. How to sing for them and calm them down, you know. But we know our limits. So we know when to call in another specialist or when to refer. So by answering the question, I would say family dentistry is the best specialty that will give you, because you can do everything.
All right, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma. The second question is 2 in 1. How much would you make on average per month in private practice? And the second one is, which one is better, individual practice or joint practice?
Okay, tough one. Okay, well, I will start from the second question. My practice is a family dental clinic. I have patients that have auto needs. So, you see, networking is very important, especially in private practice. I bring in my colleagues. I bring orthodontists in when I have a case I cannot handle. I've brought in a maxillofacial surgeon in when I cannot handle a case. So you can have a single practice, but have an arrangement that you can call in specialists. That's what I do, and it works very well for me. We only have an arrangement. Okay, you take this percentage when you consult with us or when we treat a patient. There is a patient I'm seeing presently. We are 3 consultants seeing the patient. Myself, a consultant in cons, and a consultant orthodontist. So you can have a singular practice, but have arrangements with consultants in other specialties where they come in to see your patients. Then the second question, how much? I cannot say, oh, you can make this much. You can make as much as you think you can make. Okay, because patients, like I said, patients may not come until they have discomfort. But there are some things that will ensure that they come. If you send messages to them, we do that. Oh, you are due for your scaling and polishing. Kindly come in. If you come within this period, you get so discounts. So it brings them in. There are some days. I love doing surgical extraction. I love crowns and bridges. Those ones, when they come, you make money. And when you have routine extractions, multiple teeth, denture, you know. So I can't really say, but you make good money in private practice. However, be assured that, don't forget that I told you something before you will now say, Dr. Odofin told me we'll be packing dollars. It might be a bit tough initially, but consistency. Earlier on in my practice, when the first few years, there was a particular month, 3 months, I did not make 10 kobo. I'm being realistic. I did not make 10 kobo. You know, I was so angry even with my staff. I'm like, you people are just sleeping and waking up. No patient has come in the last. Can't you even go on your own, even if I'm not there? Go and do oral health talk to people around. And I've seen a month that I make a meal. So you see, it varies. You can't say categorically. And I know there are colleagues who make more than that in a month. So it depends. But remember, I said something, no. The initial years may be slow, but consistency. And the practice.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma. That's all the I know there are so many other questions, but that's all the questions we are going to be able to take. So I'm going to be inviting the next person to take the citation of Professor Inkuru. Polarami, please come forward because you're going to be taking the citation in a minute. However, we would like our Professor Arwojolu to please give a goodwill message regarding Dr. Odofin's, give comments on Dr. Odofin's.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll first by thanking the Dean, who's representing the Provost as well, Dr. Denloye, Professor Denloye, Professor Upong. Nice meeting you again after so many years. The representative of the CMD, I can see the Dr. Odofi. All our consultants that are present, you are welcome. And my darling students, good to see you. And I must commend your efforts that, you know, despite all the problems and challenges that we have in the country at the moment, you still found the vigor to organize this program. I commend your efforts. Well done. Well done. Because I know most people are depressed at the moment, but then life must go on. And that's exactly what you have done. Thank you very much. Dr. Odofi has presented our experience in establishing a private practice. And it's always good to hear from people, who have done things by themselves. So she actually gave you a hands-on information. Because dentistry, I must tell you, in this country and in most African countries, unlike what Dr. Animeke is still growing. Our patients are not really aware of the importance of keeping their oral health. Initially, setting up a private practice may be rough. Just bear that in mind. But I know you have learned from our experience all the steps that she went through, especially going to outreaches. I believe during this week you're going to have an outreach program. It's very important. Even if you are not invited, go there. Just like she said, volunteer to go for the oral health awareness campaign and outreach. By there, you will see patients who really will need your dental expertise. And then, although I'm not really sure if you can advertise, but like she said, she used some corny way to invite such patients to her practice. Everything goes. The important thing and the bottom line is that you get the masses to be well educated in oral health, so that we get to that stage where in other climes, just like John said, patients will even come because they have insurance, they have some other programs that will take care of their expenses in the dental practice. So by and large, she's given a very good lecture, from a personal experience. And I'm sure you've gained one or two things from what she presented. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. A round of applause for Ms. Fatoko as she comes forward to read the citation of Professor Nkiru. Please hold on to your seats, because after Professor Nkiru's presentation and question and answer session, we have the oratory and debate competition coming right up. So just stay glued to your seat. Ms. Fatoko.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, I'm Tolu Fatoku, and it's an honor to take the citation of Professor Nkiru Folaranmi. Professor Nkiru Folaranmi attended Federal Government Girls College in Benin City. She's an alumnus of the Dental School of the University of Benin. She began her postgraduate training in orthodontics in 1996 at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Benin City, after completing the National Youth Service to her dear nation. Upon her completion thereof in 2003, PL Dental Clinic and Braces Center at the precious Palm Royal Hotel, Benin City. This passion grew until January 2005, when the clarion call came from the University of Nigeria to re-establish dentistry in the College of Medicine. She became the pioneer staff and head of the Department of Child Dental Health, a dutiful position she held for 15 consecutive years. This allowed her to draw the roadmap for excellent work ethics in both undergraduate and postgraduate orthodontics and pediatric dentistry training and care delivery in the southeastern region of Nigeria. As a pioneer orthodontist in the southeast, she actively created awareness and soon brought succor to patients whose dashed hopes were restored from confident smiles and improved facial aesthetics that had orthodontic treatment provided. Professor Nkiru's contribution to establishing and maintaining a high standard of practice in the region cannot be overemphasized. As managing director of a leading private clinic, she contributed immensely to setting the high standard of dental care that traversed Benin City, Lagos, Enugu, and Port Harcourt. She has over 20 years of experience or resource person and has influenced several corporate organizations positively on the annual choices of HMOs. She has over 20 years of experience in partnering with health management organizations and has influenced several corporate organizations positively, successfully endeared her practice to become a household name in the Southeast, Google visibility and environs. She's fast building an international referral base, Imperial Dental Association Enugu, and successfully organized elections to establish the Nigerian Dental Association Enugu State Chapter. She was for 3 tenures the Secretary General of the Nigerian Association of Orthodontists, immediate past president of the Nigerian Association of Orthodontists, and coordinator of Southeast Orthodontic Awareness Team. She's a consultant to several health management organizations, a renowned entrepreneur, a reputable event organizer, a teacher, a clinician, and a friend of Nigerian dental students. With a round of applause, can we welcome Professor Nkiru Falaram?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. The Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, the rep of the CMD, all professors present, Dr. Anyemeke and Dr. Odofi, I want to thank you for your presentations. I would like to share my slide. I don't know if it's possible. Can I share my screen? Hello? Hello? Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Can I be enabled now? I can't see where to do that. Okay, that's it. Okay. Okay, that's it. Okay. Can you see my screen now? Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm talking to you about the scope of health insurance in dental care. Well, I think this is you've orchestrated this topic from the topics of this earlier presenter, Dr. Anyemeke, who is in diaspora, and Dr. Duffy, who is in private practice. Now you are in practice. How do you carry on? As Dr. Duffy has said, there are these challenges about how you really get to make the income you've established. So I think that at this point in time, there's a need for us to start talking about what is dental care in the existing health insurance policies that we have in Nigeria. Okay, so I would like to start by letting us know what the basic concept of the health insurance policy is about. The health insurance is a system for the financing of medical or dental expenses by means of contributions or taxes paid into a common fund to pay for all or part of health. That is, you pay for an insured later access. Now you have private and public health insurance companies. Okay, so when you come to the health insurance platforms, there are certain key players, and I've just tried to highlight them here. We have the health management organization. Now, these are companies, corporate companies that are established to run the healthcare in a nation or in an organization. You all know that we have the National Health Insurance Scheme as well as the private HMOs. The national one is the one floated by the federal government of Nigeria. And this is supposed to cover health insurance care for all Nigerians, not just civil servants. But I think that this is an ongoing project. At the moment, every civil servant in Nigeria is on the NHIS scheme. But unfortunately, a lot of us may not even know that we're on the scheme. There is a percentage of your salary that goes every month to NHIS. So even if you do not know about it, you are contributing to that fund. And so that fund is available to cater for the healthcare payment of certain Nigerians. Then we also have the private HMOs. These are private companies that floated their health management organizations. You have, for example, the Avon Healthcare, you have the Asaman Sad, you have the Zenith Medicare, and several others. Now, you also have the group of people called providers, the healthcare providers. They're either primary providers or secondary providers. The primary providers are the medical hospitals, while the secondary providers are those providers that provide services that are paid for. We call them people that go for fee for services, and dental services fall in that category. And then, of course, you have people that are called the enrollees. These are people who have registered, you and I, who have registered under the insurance companies to be able to access healthcare from these companies. Now, the way it works is that every enrollee has an enrollee card that authorizes you to access care in any of the facilities owned by the providers. And of course, you have the regulators. Now, how do I get enlisted on the HMO network? For instance, Dr. Duffy, who is in private practice or any other practice, or even the teaching hospital, the dental clinic of UCH. How do you get enlisted on the HMO network? First of all, you have to have a standard or registered practice. You have to have your registration with CAC and the State Ministry of Health and any other agencies that require you to have their registration. Then you can make an application. Of course, you check out what the requirements will be. They're usually your qualification, your staff qualification, board registrations, your health indemnity insurance, and a lot of others that may be peculiar to the health insurance. Now, it is not just enough to write your application. There are 1,001 providers that are wanting to get enlisted. So you have to have the PR, the public relation, to establish a good rapport with insurance people, for you to have a good follow-up or have people recommend you to be enlisted. For instance, I have a number of colleagues who have private practices. Because I have long-standing relationship with some of these health insurance companies, I just make reference, say, oh, a friend of mine, I trust her practice or his practice, please, can you look into the application? And then before you know anything, I'll get news that they are listed. So you need people who are already there to stand in for you and show you the way to go ahead with them, because health insurance has come to stay in Nigeria. And every meaningful corporate organization is no longer giving medical allowances to its staff. Everybody is on the insurance. There's no longer a medical refund at the end of the year. You must pay your insurance at the beginning of the year or financial year. If you access the healthcare or you do not access it, you don't get the refund. So it's an advantage for practices if you know that the funds are there. It's just for you to make sure you're enlisted, and then you do your awareness for the patient flow to come to your practice. Now, what do the existing dental insurance cover? This is interesting to me because a number of the enrollees do not know what the health insurance packages cover for them. It's only at the point of receiving care. They do the registration and consultation. And then at the point of you giving them the care, you say, oh, I'm sorry, your insurance does not cover, say, root canal treatment. Your insurance does not cover crown, and they are amazed. Said, no, I registered. They should cover it for me. It doesn't work that way. So it is only the dentist that can advise the enrollee. And in this regard, I've had quite some contribution, in the way that I influence my patients to move to whichever insurance that I think is best for them, the one that have the best package for them. Because most dental care now, the scope is that they will cover general dentistry, they will cover scaling and polishing. But I tell you, not even all the insurance companies will cover scaling and polishing for all their enrollees. So they cover scaling and polishing, they will cover fillings. Some still just until recently will insist, like the NHIS. A major reason why my practice for many years after the inspection of my practice and everything, the certificate was out where to pick up. But I just said, I'm sorry, I will not enroll to provide amalgam filling for the patient. Since the inception of the practice in 2003, we never offered amalgam fillings. And that was what the NHIS offered. Okay. And then when they offer tooth-colored filling, they paid peanuts for the filling. So these are things that will influence you to know, oh, I want to sign on this company, or I don't want to be enlisted here. Because they just want to do the barest minimum for the patient. They say they can only do extraction. Some will not cover root canal treatment. Some will say, okay, we can only cover emergency. If it's an emergency, they will cover it. Otherwise, it's not. So crown and bridge is a no-go area. Orthodontics is a no-go area. But I will tell you that with time, over the last few years, I must categorically commend private health insurance like Asa Mansard, Zenith Medicare, and Avon. They have gone to pay for 50% of orthodontic care. And some of them, like Liberty Blue, when you write ahead and inform them, they do cover crown and bridges for their patients. So I would say that the scope of dental care by the insurance companies is improving, is widening. But dentists have to know that they are the ones that can help put up this fight for their patients, because that's the way that you'll be able to even be satisfied to do practice today dentistry for your patients. So are dentists satisfied with the HMOs of today? Well, personally, I'm not satisfied. I think that dentists must be a part of the contract. Anytime that any corporate company is taking up an insurance company for the current year, they need to involve the dental consultant, because the dental consultant stands in between. Is the one that is going to advise the patient, these are the treatment covered under this package. I will advise you to go for this package. Or at least the patients know, and they have free will to choose whichever one they want. So they are not met with a surprise when they're on the dental chair to receive treatment. And then, of course, I think that there's a place for us to start talking about dental health insurance in our current curriculum, because I don't think our dental students have an idea. Even the older dentists, some of them don't still know what we are talking about in dental insurance. So I think that this topic is timely and is topical, and I think we should take it beyond this presentation. I want to congratulate the University of Ibadan Dental Students Association for having this initiative. I would say this is the first place that I see dental health insurance being talked about. And I congratulate you on this. I congratulate your ESCO, and I wish you well in your future endeavor. Thank you very much for listening. I'm so sorry I couldn't make it down. Professor Okpong, I hope I'm waiting to listen to your presentation as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma, for presentation. I learned quite a lot. Had that much of intro cases. Does anyone have any questions from that presentation? If you have any questions on that, and give to any of the ushers, or write in the chat box. Okay, I think we have. Thank you very much, Ma, for this lecture. How do we contact you, Ma? I don't know if Professor Inquiry is inclined to give in our contact details. Any other questions? Okay. Can medical students register for NHIS, Ma? I don't know if you can hear us, Ma. I think she may be
Hello?
speaking.
Hello? Hello?
Can hear you, ma.
Hear you, Ma.
Oh my God, it's like you lost me.
Okay, the
Hello?
question, Ma, is the question is can medical students register for NHIS?
Of course. Of course, in fact, a lot of universities register their students as a group. So you need to get across to your university management, like the CMD or the vice chancellor, because it's university. They have the group registration, and when you do that, the rates at which you register is even cheaper because you have the number. Hello? Did you get that? Did you get it? Hello? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, ma. Just speak up.
Okay. So I said is the university. Find out from your university. They should register the students as a group.
I don't know if you can hear us, Ma, but we got the answer to your question, and we
I can
are
hear you
appreciative
now.
of your. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much, Ma, for the presentation and the answer to the question. I think that wraps up the question and answer session. Does anyone have any other questions?
I think there
Okay,
is
so
a
thank you very much, Ma,
question
again.
in this Zoom chat.
Okay, on the Zoom chat, how much will it cost? How much will it cost on our part as students if we wish to register for the health insurance scheme?
I think that would be determined by the insurance company because the charges are based on the packages, that is the services that you'll be entitled to.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. Any other question on Zoom chat?
Yeah, somebody is asking, can the parents' dental health insurance as civil servants cover him? Yes, of course. For some of the enrollees, you register, there's the main enrollee, and then you can have wards. Like on my insurance, I have my children registered under me. So you need to find out because people just have their insurance and they don't even know that they are covered.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. I think this wraps up the question and answer session. Please let's celebrate Professor Inkuri again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Ma.
Bye.
Quickly, I'm inviting Professor Denlory to give her goodwill message. An introduction to the Professor Denlory debate competition.
The chairman of today's occasion, Provost College of Medicine, ably represented by the Dean, Professor Taiwo, the CMD ably represented by Dr. Michael, permit me to adopt the existing protocol. I must comment on this beautiful turnout of dental students. I remembered when I was a student, dental student, a few years ago, early in the 80s. I was involved in things like this, and I know what it takes to organize things like this and getting students to come. It's only the dinner they come to your room and pay for dinner tickets the day of the dinner. They won't pay before dinner, but they will pay on the day of the dinner because I was the treasurer. So I know what it is to have you all here. And I must commend the organizers, especially the ESCO, for putting up this outing. The chosen topics and presentations are just right for this time. You have to know about private practice. You have to know about insurance. You have to know how to japa. Everybody's japaring. So you have to start preparing to japa. So we will hear from Professor Upong how to japa. And some of you will stay back with me here and we will enjoy Nigeria. This is our home. This is our country. And I know Nigeria will be better. But how it will be is only God that will answer that. Because I'm also scared my children to go. I will stay back with my husband and enjoy the amala and the gbegiri. Years of UADS, that's a long time. Since I left dental school a few years ago. I was already a dental student when this association started. But I finished from the best dental school in Nigeria, University of Lagos. You're not clapping for me? Well, and I joined University of Ibadan over 30 years ago, since 1986, and I think it's not bad. I'm now one of us here. I've been teaching since 1990, so definitely it shows that I'm one of us. So I want to congratulate you once again for this outing. The oratory and the health, what is it again? Oh, what is my name before? The debate and the oratory thing. I remembered when Akinlolu came to my office, and I think it was Akinlolu, yes, and he told me about it. One thing about me is I encourage other talents. You are here as dental students to get a degree, but if you have talent in other things, I encourage it. And when he told me about it, it was like, yeah, let's see our students come out and talk. And definitely by the time I'm sure we have the program, we will start identifying our future presidents and governors, because you must be able to talk for you to be in such positions. So I'm happy to be part of history making because it's the first edition and I know it's going to be a beautiful outing. I was actually complaining that it's a long program. I never knew it would be this long. But I think I've also learned one or two things. And I think at the end of the debate and oratory part of it, we will also be able to say, yes, this is a good way to go. And we will be able to encourage other students in other years. When they told me, actually, I thought I could hide. And I knew that by the time he finished talking to me, I knew that the decision was already taken. He was just coming to give me the decision, not to ask me, because he had already decided that it's going to be me. And well, I'm happy to be part of it, and I'm happy to say that I'm happy to support the program. And by the grace of God, I will continue to support the program, and I pray that it won't end here. By the time we do this one today, then definitely there'll be a plan for next year and future years. And we'll be able to identify, like I said, our future leaders who can speak for us, because we need people in the House of Assembly. We need dentists there to formulate policies. And we need people who can talk, who knows what it is about, and to be able to convince people to do what we want them to do. Long live UADS, long live University of Ibadan, long live Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on all established protocols, I would like to formally welcome us all to this segment of today's symposium, the Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition. Professor Denloye. Sorry, man. All right. If you're excited about this, please put it around. Give yourselves a round of applause. Assure your class is going to win the oratory competition. I can see that says a lot. People. Right, I would like to actually acknowledge the presence of Professor Kolude. Please, a round of applause for him, please. And I would like for the ushers to kindly lead him to the high table. All right, welcome, sir. Before we go on with today's event, I would like to welcome on stage a seasoned public speaker. He's an award-winning public speaker, of course, a former member of the Great House Mandela. For those that know, if you know, you know. I'd like for us to put our hands together for the head of this planning committee in person of Mr. Akinlolu. A round of applause for him, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with profound pleasure that I welcome you all to the maiden edition of Professor Denloye Oratory and Debate Competition. Very quickly, before we get the program underway, I would like to acknowledge the presence of my teachers and the invited guests at this side of the hall, particularly the presence of the teacher of teachers, the mentor of mentors, whose support and vision have ensured the possibility of what you're about to experience this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a resounding round of applause to Professor Obafunke Denloye. Thank you. We are about to experience one of the most exciting, electrifying, and educating public speaking events. And we have debate and oratory sections. And I can guarantee you that this mind-expanding event will hold you to its final word. So, without further ado, I would like to hand over the microphone and the affairs of this event to Mr. Adeleke Fafuri. Thank you very much.
I think when a debater handles the mic, you can always tell. You know, the way they would turn their hand like this. I mean, all right. Wow. Are you guys ready for this? Are we ready for this? All right. Now, I like one word Mr. Akinlolu used. He said, we're about to experience, you know, you don't just experience anything. That word experience is very going to be between two public speaking giants in the University of Ibadan. And I'm telling you guys that, brace up. It's about to get heated in this place. Now, I would like to introduce our judges for today. And looking at this lineup, I mean, it feels like I should even ask the judges to even debate themselves. All right, so firstly, I would like to invite to the judging table the chief judge for today. He was the former president of the greatest house ABHL and has ever seen, the Great House Mandela. Is currently the president of the Alexander Brown Hall Literary and Debating Society. He's a seasoned public speaker in person of Mr. Olawuyi Jesujuwon. A round of applause for him, please. Now, moving on to our next judge. I think the first time I watched this lady debate, I was in awe. She was fantastic. She's currently the 2021 Jowo Best Female Speaker. She's currently the president of our All Literary and Debating Society. I'd like for us to put our hands together for Miss Aisha Yusuf. A round of applause for her, please. Okay, for our last judge for today, I think what I'm seeing here is a citation, of course. He's no stranger to many of us that follow Jowo. I think for those that were present at the last Jowo competition between dentistry and faculty of technology, it was one speaker that gave us palpitations. I mean, when he held the mic, we were all very, very scared. He's currently the overall best speaker at the Interfaculty First Round Jowo 2021, the overall best speaker and winner of the Inter All Dragons Jowo Oratory Competition at Armory of Words. He's also the current general of Sultan Bello All Literary and Debating Society. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Barnabas Michael. All right. And of course, for a competition like this, there's a very, very key component. You know, we don't want people to just keep on talking and talking. There should be proper time management. And for that today, we entrust that in the hands of another seasoned public speaker, also a former member of the Great House Mandela. I'd like for us to put our hands together for Mr. Adiat Tijani. A round of applause for him, please. All right. So before I go into the nitty-gritties of today, I would like to okay, the topic for today's debate is actually health workers' emigration from Nigeria, justified or not. The speakers from the Faculty of Dentistry are saying that it is justified, and the speakers from the Faculty of Education are saying it is not justified. Wow, I see education came with their support today.
the original contest, there is no refutation, and the reason is actually quite obvious. So I'll be handing over the mic back to the MC. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right. Sir.
All right, sorry. So naturally, when we hear our speakers speak, they say a lot of things that just make us want to shout and clap. But if you shout and clap when your class is speaking, it might affect how the judges hear the speech. You might not hear what they are saying very well. So please, when your class or when anybody representing you says something that hits you, that you feel, this is a lot, you can just snap your fingers. And maybe a deep to go along with it to that. Thank you very much. So also the timekeeper, let the timekeeper say one or two things.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the speakers that will be speaking for 5 minutes, when they have a minute left, by 4 minutes, I would inform them with 2 bells, by 5 minutes, when their time is up, I will inform them with 3 bells. For those that will be speaking, for inform them with 2 bells, and when their time is up by 3 minutes.
Can you test it out for them so they will know how it sounds?
Is that clear? Okay, thank you.
All right. So before we move on, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Adeyemi, the head of Department of Oral Pathology. Interesting. All right. It's about that time. Are you guys nervous? Because you're not the one speaking now. All right, so moving on to the debate. Once again, the topic is health workers' emigration from Nigeria, justified or not. The speakers from the Faculty of Dentistry are saying it is justified. And the speakers from the Faculty of Education are saying it is not justified. Now, I would like to call on the first speaker from the Faculty of Dentistry, in person of Miss D.K. Emanuela. A round of applause for her, please.
The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines emigration as the act of leaving one's home or country for life or residence elsewhere. The same dictionary defines justified as having or shown to have a just or reasonable basis. Therefore, today's debate is not asking whether health workers' emigration is right or wrong, but simply if the basis by which health workers leave to reside elsewhere has any fraction of reason. So, watch us as we flog out every fallacy, replace every fiction with fact, and re-educate our opponents from the Faculty of Education, just as a teacher does to a student. Now, let's begin. Judges, health workers' emigration from Nigeria is justified due to lack of postgraduate and residency training spots. According to an article published in Punch in July 22nd, 2019, 2 out of 5 doctors are unable to secure residency spots, which impedes their career. Similarly, in a survey conducted in May 2020, 2 out of 5 Nigerian nurses and midwives are currently unemployed due to lack of postgraduate training spots. Even our able former Minister of Health, Professor Isaac Adewale, acknowledges this problem and said, health workers should go into farming and tailoring, as we cannot all be specialists. Judges, it is then not only reasonable, but certainly justified for a health worker who is neither interested in sewing trousers nor harvesting maize to live for residency where his hopes and dreams are not only viable, but achievable. Ladies and gentlemen, health workers' emigration is justified due to lack of funding in our healthcare system. In a report published in the Premium Times on the 6th of August 2021, the average federal government budget for health for the entire nation is $1 billion. This is less than half the $2.4 billion budget for St. Thomas, a single government hospital in the UK. The consequences of this on the healthcare system are visible to the blind and audible to the deaf. From the shortage of drugs to overwhelmed health practitioners due to the throng of patients needing care. I mean, the situation is so absurd that even the president avoids our health system like a headache for his health's sake. How then is it not justified for a health worker to emigrate from Nigeria to the UK for his mental health? Esteemed audience, health workers' emigration from Nigeria is justified due to limitations in their practice and learning. Mr. Chinedu Chukwu, a renowned radiologist of the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, confirms that more than 80% of equipment in federal government hospitals are outdated. This results in decreased productivity, inefficiencies, and decrease in providing the very best outcome for patients. One can only imagine the pain and frustration when one is unable to adequately treat a patient suffering from a known illness due to lack of modern facilities, when these facilities are available in other countries. It is like using a chalk and a slate to write, when your mates are using PowerPoint slides and are getting it right. My opponents might argue that medical students are trained at a subsidized fee by the federal government, and it is only ideal they stay to give back. However, this defines logic in its simplest form, because it is common knowledge that all training in the federal tertiary institutions are subsidized, and making an exception of the health profession can only be hypocrisy at its best, except they are implying that only medical professionals who trained in private tertiary institutions where unsubsidized fees are paid are deserving of emigration. Finally, before my opponents think that health workers' emigration only revolves around the healthcare challenges in Nigeria, it might interest them to know that 62 medical personnel emigrated from Nigeria to Mali, a country facing serious healthcare challenges as a result of political and socioeconomic imbalances for humanitarian purposes, as reported by the Premium Times in June 2020, except they are also implying that emigration based on humanitarian purposes is not also justified. In conclusion, my opponents may try to sway us with semantics by saying health workers are justified to leave as long as they don't leave permanently. First, this only shows that they have considered that there are justifiable reasons for health workers to emigrate, but for some weird reasons, they have a problem with them living permanently. Second, according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone has a right to emigrate, to any country, including his own. So, join me in welcoming my opponents from the Faculty of Education as they come to right, for no other reason than my opponents need to be right. However, listen to them because they have come a long way, but do not applaud them because they have come the wrong way.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Miss Ella, please. Wow. Oof. I'm sweating already. All right. We've read one side of the story. Shall we listen? Now, the next person I'm about to call from the Faculty of Education. For those of us that are familiar with Jowo, we would never forget in ABH. She used an anaphora and she went like this. Loading, 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 still loading. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are loading, I would like from the Faculty of Education.
For the next 5 minutes, I'll seem to be your enemy. But bear with me, because today's topic is quite tricky. I mean, it's 2022. When in developing countries, everybody who can is migrating. Doctors, nurses, lawyers, teachers, students alike. Yet today's topic examines if the migration of health workers is justified. You see, health workers emigrate for the very reasons non-health workers emigrate, plus a few other reasons peculiar to the healthcare professions, like limited career opportunity, poor working conditions, financial reasons, and so on. Now, my opponents will make these reasons seem good enough to justify the emigration, and it would seem so until you look at it very closely. You see, something is justified when it has a reason, an explanation, or an excuse which provides convincing, morally acceptable support for its behavior. And in light of this, I will lay down 3 facts which makes these reasons for the emigration not justified. 1. Many individuals in developing countries choose to become health workers not because they value the profession, but because of the possibility of migration. According to an article titled "The Brain Drain: Migration of Health Workers Out of Sub-Saharan Africa," published by the Stanford Medical Journal, over 50% of health workers intend to migrate out of their home country once trained. Let me help you understand this in a much simpler way. The Association of Dentistry Students needs video editors, but it costs a fortune for individuals to earn these skills on their own. So the association offers to train people, bearing the cost greatly by subsidizing the amount to a paltry sum. However, individuals apply, not because they intend to use that knowledge to serve the association, but because it guarantees them job opportunities elsewhere. Now that's fraudulent. That's selfish. It's cheating and it's not justified. It only makes sense that such indebtedness would inspire a sense of duty in these trainees. So when countries like Nigeria greatly subsidizes healthcare tuition for tertiary tuition for healthcare profession, it is fraudulent that they don't use their expertise here. It is bad enough that they don't intend to work here when done. It is even worse that that was their intent all along. And they rode on the good nature of the country to achieve this. And that is not justified. 2, emigration is an excuse to cash out of the healthcare system. And I will explain. In Nigeria, for instance, over 43% of Nigerians live below poverty line. And another 25% are vulnerable, according to the Bergen Project. However, healthcare professionals make up the 32% of Nigerians who are well off, as they earn between 300,000 and 800,000 naira monthly, with consultants and specialists earning more, comfortably placing them in the middle class. Already, they have more financial advantage than other Nigerians, which guarantees them access to a comfortable life. It should be noted that they are adequately compensated in relation to the nation's economic strength. However, our health workers choose to measure that which they get here with another nation's economic strength. And so begins an endless aspiration to a financial status that causes one to forget the good-naturedness of his home country to the detriment of the people and aspire to more wealth, and making healthcare a luxury that only the highest bidder can afford. And that is not justified. You see, I like doctors. They help us get better when we are sick and help with surgeries and all other brilliant stuff. But the more they go, the lesser our chances to life and good health. It's okay if they want to go, but their actions are not justified. 3. What is at stake is much more. According to the National Institute of Health, at the rate health workers emigrate, it is estimated that by 2030, there will be much more fewer doctors and nurses per population. And that's cause for alarm, because many people will die because they are lesser doctors. And even though my opponents will come to say that the consequences of health workers' migration is not easily discernible from other compounding factors, it is inevitable that with lesser and lesser health workers per population, people are at risk of avoidable deaths. diseases outbreaks, and many unimaginable healthcare disasters. Now, if the actions of a few people put more people in jeopardy, then those actions are not justified. And it doesn't matter if their quest is a better life, because their quest for a better life has left more people worse off. You see, I like nurses. I really do. They keep tabs on us when we are sick and help make sure nothing goes wrong. That the care in the healthcare sector. But the more they go, the lesser our chances to speedy interventions and proper healthcare. It's okay if they want to go, but the actions are not justified. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, healthcare is the core of every nation. And when that core is taken away, the nation will collapse. There may be 100 reasons to want to justify health workers' emigration, but because of how central healthcare is, it will continue to lack convincing, morally acceptable support for its decision. I value health workers, I really do. Dentists, lab technicians, lab scientists, and what have you. But the more they go, the lesser our chances to good health. It's okay if you want to go, but your actions are not justified. From the Faculty of Education.
Wow. Another round of applause for her, please. In the words of a great philosophist, it choke. This is too much. All right, now moving on. I told you guys we have a lot in store for you, and this is just the beginning. Now, I would like to call on the second speaker from the Faculty of Dentistry. She's notable for her opening statement. Premium, non-noceri. First, do no harm. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like for us to put our hands together for Miss Alhamdu Tasala Amina. A round of applause for her, please.
Aisha is a pharmacist working in Nigeria. She then falls in love and is set to marry a successful young engineer who resides in the UK. Esteemed audience, my opponents are here to tell us today that Aisha is not justified to emigrate, to continue her life with the love of her life. How ridiculous. In a 2020 Guardian newspaper report, Nigerian health workers were ranked among the least paid health workers globally, with an average monthly salary of $320. This would only probably get you a nice haircut in Canada, and is in fact a devastatingly low amount when compared with that of other African countries like Ghana, with an average monthly salary of $720. Even with the abysmal pay, government still owes months of salaries. Evidently, it is certainly justifiable for these ill-favored health workers to emigrate to seek for better paying positions. In a desperate attempt to win this debate, my opponents might mention the Hippocratic Oath and how the care of patients should trump every other desire, including the desire to emigrate. But permit me to educate them that the Hippocratic Oath is universal and doesn't change. Therefore, the Hippocratic Oath in treating Emeka in Nigeria is the same Hippocratic Oath in treating Vlad in Russia. So whether in Ghana, Canada, or Australia, a health worker could be anywhere and still uphold this oath. They might even mention brain drain, implying that health workers' emigration weakens our healthcare system. However, today's debate is not asking if health workers' emigration is good or bad, but simply if the basis by which they emigrate is justified. In fact, in a 2017 research titled Challenges of the Nigerian Healthcare Sector, the major problems facing the Nigerian healthcare sector are corruption, poor health infrastructure, and insufficient funding. This is just a case of cause and effect. The migration of health workers is the effect, and we cannot manage the effect without first taking care of the cause. And as long as the cause remains, the effect will reflect. Finally, my opponents opponents might give some special situations where health workers should be allowed to emigrate, like in marriage, just like Aisha. Esteemed audience, that only means that our opponents agree with our stance in today's debate. I mean, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. They have simply justified the emigration of health workers, and that is the proposition of today's debate. In conclusion, Dr. Chinelo Wando, a young female doctor, was set to emigrate from Nigeria on April 1st, 2022. She was, however, shot and killed during the Abuja-Kaduna terrorist train attack, as reported by Sahara reporters. It should interest you to know that her killers will not be arrested or charged to court. Even if they are, the only thing that will be available with
to the close of this section of the debate competition. And to cap things off, I would like to call on stage the second speaker from the Faculty of Education, in person of Mr. Babalola Daniel.
Ladies and gentlemen, a wise man once said, the past is behind, learn from it. The future is ahead, prepare for it. On this note, before we finalize the justification of health workers' immigration, we will consider its effect in the past and then on the future. Follow me as we do this. The past. According to Nigeria Health Watch in 2018, immigration of health workers in Nigeria has started since about the 20th century. And frankly speaking, it has secured many of our medical workers nice opportunities to practice abroad with better working conditions, newer technologies, and other nice things. But as there are two sides to a coin, the Nigerian Medical Association in 2019 reported that a total of 2,000 medical workers, including doctors, nurses, therapists, and others, leaves the country annually. And as a consequence, Nigeria has fallen short of the recommendation of the World Health Organization of one doctor to 600 people in every country, as we now have one doctor to more than 4,000 people, indicating a terrible healthcare system. Listeners, Nigeria healthcare system may be bad, but immigration of health workers is making it worse. If the 2,000 medical workers living annually could stay in the country, consider the work they would have done in reducing deaths ravaging the country today, in treating diseases demanding a lot of life today, even in reducing the number of times our president traveled to the UK for treatment, thereby wasting insufficient funds. This is it. If the side effect of this action in time past could be more severe than its good effect, it is not justified. Nevertheless, my opponent have come to say that it is justified because it is an implementation of their fundamental human right, which includes the right to freedom of movement, the right to better standard of living, and the likes. But we've not come to place an infringement on their fundamental human right, but to remind them of the value of the human life. If the pioneers of earth in time past, for instance, had placed their rights over human life, the various achievements in the earth sector today may not have existed. In fact, instead of having studies like dentistry, we will only have a dent in history. Moving on. Migrating worker. But let's come to think of it. How will an amount of money compensate for the many brilliant heads living in the country? In fact, how much is the remittance compared to the contribution that these people will make to the economy if they had waited in the country? Listeners, it's just like selling a land of gold, but collecting the money for the land alone. To the future. With progress in the migration of health workers in Nigeria, it is good to know that in the future, we have Nigerian-born doctors topping World's list of best physicians, Nigerian-born nurses, entering Forbes list of richest medical workers and the likes. But beyond that, as there are two sides to every coin, Nigeria healthcare system will get poorer and skilled hands will be very scarce. Coming generations will face severe health situation and there will be relatively no medical attention at some point. Only the very rich will be able to access that is not justified. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, this we've seen, not as prophet, but if my opponent insists on living, they can, but the living is not justified. Thank you.
A dent in history. That was good. That was good. Another round of applause.
2023 election, the climate of uncertainty. Owing to the atypical nature of our democratic system of government in Nigeria, elections which are supposed to be free and fair have rather instilled in the citizens flee and fear. In order to duly address the topic of today's discussion, it is important to revisit history, as Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and vote wisely, because this is the guarantee to the Nigerians that we need. Lastly, 2020 election may be uncertain, but what is truly certain is my name. My name is Nasruddin Abdulatif, ABJS 2K23 from the Department of Dentistry. Thank you very much.
Wow. Please, another round of applause for that young man, please. Wow. Hey. This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one. 2K17, are you here? 2K, I'm giving you another chance, please. Come on. All right. I would like to call the representative from the class of 2K17 in person of Miss Ajayigbe Olanrewaju. A round of applause for her, please.
If we do not take lessons from history, we will become lessons in history. According to the American Meteorological Society, climate is an aggregate of weather over time. So, in order to understand the 2000 of uncertainty, we need to first explore the weather in the past, observe the weather in the present, in order to predict the weather in the future. According to the International Federation of Electoral Systems, the 2015 election was a critical vote for democracy in Africa, as it reflected the people's will. However, 4 years down the line, we realized that we were only pawns in a political game, and our political will were just bullets in a political vendetta. Little wonder why there was a sharp decline in voters' turnout from 45% in 2015 to 35% in 2019. So you see that it has also been published in the Nigerian Tribune that it costs 3.5 million naira to purchase the APC nomination form for ordinary House of Representatives. And this is over 100 times the minimum wage. This would usually leave us with the usual candidates who have to buy roasted corn by the roadside to prove they are amazing. Furthermore, we live in the present with the ruins from the past, as our hope has now been flooded with distrust. Ditching the wretched umbrella for the broom of doom has only come to show us that power does not really belong to the people. And just like prestige, there is no change. The Nigerian Tribune also reports that it will cost 3.5 million naira to buy the APC nomination form, which is over 100 times the minimum wage, ultimately preventing many well-meaning Nigerians from running for political office on all the major platforms. This will ultimately leave us with you. Sorry. So you see, it doesn't matter who comes from what party. With this political apathy, 2023 remains an uncertainty. The weather of the future is difficult to predict because elections in Nigeria have always been riddled with insecurity and electoral malpractices. Between 2019 and 2021, 41 INEC offices were burnt down across the country, as reported by the Nigerian Tribune. This means that elections in Nigeria have always been influenced by vices like electoral malpractices, ballot box snatching, thuggery, godfatherism, and so much more, proving to us that just like faulty calculators, our votes don't count. In the face of rising insecurity in the country and electoral malpractices on the rise, we will never be able to fix a rigged system by counting on those people who rigged it in the first place. Finally, despite political apathy rising like the ocean levels, our fears roaring like a thunderstorm, and our hopes melting like the polar ice caps, there is yet hope for a better tomorrow. In 2020, we observed the ability of the Nigerian youth to stand for justice and reform in the face of opposition, proving to us that a better tomorrow is a possibility, regardless of the climate surrounding the 2023 elections. One thing is definite: in the face of uncertainty, we are a certainty. By choosing to vote individuals and not political parties, putting aside our religious and tribal biases, and shunning electoral and political vices, the Sorosoke generation can finally elect leaders who can produce good results and not those with questionable WAEC results. Thank you very much.
I have to say, I am entertained. I am entertained. Are we having a good time? Are we having a good time? All right, so quickly we'll be taking a pause on the oratory session, and we'd like to honor 4 people in our midst. Relax, we'll get back to the oratory session. So we have 4 inductees in our first person being Professor Aruwo Jolu. Please let's celebrate them. The second person being Colonel Folaromi. The third, Colonel Aburimi. Apologies for the pronunciation. And the fourth person, Dr. Taiwo Afolabi. So I would like to invite Professor Denloye to please come present the plaques and certificates. And Mr. Ifukole for the citation. Please let's welcome Professor Deloye and Mr. Efukole.
I would like Professor Arojulu to stand as I take a citation respectfully, ma. Can we please give her a round of applause? Professor Arojulu, born on the 26th of January 1958, is a professor of periodontology at the Department of Periodontology and Community Dentistry, Faculty of Dentistry, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. She has over 30 years of teaching experience at the university level. She obtained a Bachelor of Dental Surgery from the University of Ibadan in 1981. Professor Arojulu is a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons and the National Postgraduate Medical College, FMCDS. She held the Western State Government Scholarship from 1976 to 1981 and the Commonwealth Medical Fellowship from 2003 to 2004. She Ibadan in October 2005. Professor Arojulu has served in various capacities in the prestigious Faculty of Dentistry, which includes Acting Ed, Department of Preventive Dentistry, Acting Ed, Department of Restorative Dentistry, Acting Ed, Department of Preventive Dentistry, Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, College of Medicine, and Ed, Department of Periodontology and Community Dentistry. Professor Arojulu is an avid researcher and has been published in 16 national and international publications. She is a member of several professional societies, including the American Academy of Periodontology, Research Board of Advisors, American Biographical Institute, International Association of Dental Research, International Association of Dental Research, Medical and Dental Consultant Association of Nigeria, Nigerian Institute of Management, Nigerian Medical Association, Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Institute of Industrial Administration, International College of Dentists, Periodontologists Association of Nigeria, and she was president from 2018 to 2020. She is happily married to Professor Ayo Arojulu, a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the University of Ibadan. Can we please give a round of applause to our mother?
On behalf of UADS, I present you with this plaque in recognition of your contribution to this association and community at large. Through your humanitarian and philanthropic activities, they hereby induct Professor Modupe Arojulu, Fellow West African College of Surgeons, into the maiden edition of the Roll of Honor.
Colonel Folaromi could not join us today, but he sends a piece that I said I should read to everyone. He was the first president of UADS. Okay. Professor Adeyemi will be collecting the award on his behalf. Can we please give a round of applause for Professor Adeyemi? A round of applause once again, please. From Colonel Folaromi. It is my great honor to be invited to receive this award, which speaks to the ever-thriving legacy which my cohorts and I sowed over 40 years ago. I was a member of that illustrious pioneer 1980 class of dental students at the University of Ibadan. As we know, there are those niggling problems which are endemic to any nascent program. So we decided to form the Ibadan Association of Dental Students. This was for us a much needed organizing and driving force. It was a time in which the late Professor H.A. Ajagbe would attend all our meetings. Incidentally, I served as the pioneer president during the 1978 to 1979 term. I was made to proceed for a second term in 1979 to 1980. In my capacity as president, along with our general secretary, I represented Nigeria at the International Association of Dental Students in Freiburg, as well as in France and Switzerland. I have also donated a football trophy for intramural competitions annually since my tenure. I later went on to serve in the Nigerian Army, enlisting as cadet officer in 1979 and retiring voluntarily in 2006. Besides this, I am a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons and the International College of Surgeons, specialist and chief consultant in restorative dentistry. I now practice privately in Lagos, Enugu, and Port Harcourt. I am grateful for the opportunity to have been forged by and to have left a mark on the university. I am deeply appreciative of this gesture of recognition. Thank you very much.
Professor Adeyemi is collecting on behalf of Colonel Folaromi in recognition of your contribution to this association and community at large through your humanitarian and philanthropic activities. University of Ibadan, Uni-Ibadan, Association of Dental Students, hereby induct Colonel Akintoye Folaromi into the maiden edition of her Roll of Honor.
I'd like to quickly call on the UADS Senate President, Mr. Afolabi Demlade, to take the citation for the next two inductees. So let's celebrate him.
I'll be taking the citation for Colonel Aburume. Colonel Dr. Aburume started her education at the prestigious Sacred Heart Private School, Ring Road, Ibadan. She graduated and had her secondary school education at Queen's School, Ibadan, after which she entered the University of Ibadan, where she graduated with a bachelor's degree in dental surgery in 1999. Dr. Aburume then proceeded for a master's degree in health planning and management, which she received in 2004. Less than 4 years later, Dr. Aburume became a fellow of both the West African College of Surgeons and the National Postgraduate Medical College of Dental Surgery in Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. Colonel Dr. Aburume has been involved in countless civilian and military trainings, including the annual conference of the West African College of Surgeons, the International Conference of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery, the International Congress on Cleft Lip Palate and other related craniofacial anomalies, the 39th World Congress on Military Medicine, and many more. Dr. Aburume is a member of various international associations relating to her field of study, including the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, the MDCAN, the Medical Women Association of Nigeria, the American Cleft Palate Craniofacial Association, the International Society of head and neck trauma. Dr. Aburume's wealth of knowledge and experience can be seen in numerous research papers, publications, and dissertations. She has been the recipient of awards, such as the Award of Excellence by the Commander, Nigerian Army Medical Corps in February 2009, the Field Command Medal in 2015, and the Meritorious Service Star in 2016. Our hobbies include reading, listening to music, cooking, and traveling. It is my great pleasure and honor to give you Dr. Colonel Paulina Olubume Aburume. Sorry, ma. Dr. Akin Amoju will be collecting on behalf of Colonel Dr. Aburume. Thank you.
I call her Bumi. In recognition of your contribution to this association and community at large, through your humanitarian and philanthropic activities, Uni-Ibadan Association of Dental Students hereby induct Colonel Bumi Aburume into the maiden edition of the Roll of Honor. So on behalf of the association, I give you this.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. We'll be taking the last inductee, Dr. Taiwo Afolabi, and I'll be reading the citation of Dr. Taiwo Olayinka Afolabi. Dr. Taiwo Olayinka Afolabi is the Chief Executive Officer of CFAX Group, a multinational conglomerate, who was born in Ondo to the family of Chief and Chief Mrs. Samson Afolabi. His quest to attain high level of academic excellence and leadership in advocacy led him to the University of Lagos, where he obtained a degree in law. He became a member of the noble profession, where he was called to the Nigeria bar by the body of benchers on Wednesday, November 4, 2009. He later obtained a master's degree in international law and diplomacy from the same university. He began his professional career with a shipping company, Nigeria Express Agencies Limited, where he distinguished himself and rose to become the head of operations in that company. With the zeal of entrepreneurship burning in him, he left the company in 1988 to establish what has now turned to a big conglomerate, the CFAS Group, which is a business interest with diverse investment in maritime, aviation, haulage, logistics, oil and gas, hospitality, financial services, among others. From a little beginning, the company, which started as a freight forwarding agency in Lagos, Nigeria, currently operates across the world with presence in the United States, United Kingdom, Ghana, South Africa, Holland, Belgium, Morocco, Spain, and Cameroon, amongst many others. With about 3 decades of rich entrepreneurial experience, Dr. Taiwo Afolabi, through his rich entrepreneurial experience, pardon me for that. With about 3 decades of rich entrepreneurial experience, Dr. Taiwo Afolabi, through the dint of hard work, foresight, resilience, vision, and knack for excellence, has emerged not only as one of the leading business icons in Nigeria, but has also been reckoned with across the world. Aside being renowned for his business acumen, Dr. Taiwo Afolabi has also established a reputation as a public-spirited individual. His philanthropic philosophy has driven him to give hope and support to many public causes. The major focus of this philanthropic initiative is education, where many schools from primary to tertiary has received immense support. As a mark of recognition of his outstanding achievement and invaluable contributions to nation building, he has been conferred with various honorary doctorate degrees by 4 universities, including Ladoke Akintola University, Ogumosho, Oyo State, Cornerstone University and Theological Seminary in Jerusalem, Israel, and USA, European American University, Dominica, and Commonwealth University. He is a member of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria, Ikoid Club, and also the Ibadan Golf Club, the IBB Golf Club, Abuja, the building committee of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce and Industry, amongst many others. Dr. Taiwo Afolabi is a sports lover who enjoys watching and playing football. He's happily married with children. On this note, I would like Professor Kolude to cut. Okay, I would like to invite Professor Kolude to collect the award on his behalf.
That's the way we play. In recognition of your contribution to this association and community at large, through your humanitarian and philanthropic activities, Unibad Association of Dental Students hereby induct Barrister Dr. Afolabi Taiwo, Executive Vice Chair, CFAX Group, into the maiden edition of her Roll of Honor. So we present this to you to deliver to Barrister Taiwo. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma. All right, I'll quickly like to also celebrate the presence of Dr. Hakeem Ajao. He's a former UADS president, and he's with us online. Please, you can do better. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. So I have a quick question for everyone here. Wow, I seem to have everyone's attention now. Who would like to japa? Wow, very few hands. No one's. Wow, education teams have done a very good job. Who would like to japa here? Amazing. All right, so right now we'll be having a panel session on the future of dentistry, tagged to japa or not. So I'd like to welcome Ms. Miracle Ayeni to do the citation for Professor Morenike Upong. So let's welcome her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to adopt the existing protocol. I will be taking the citation of Professor Upong. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Morenike Upong is a professor of pediatric dentistry at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, in Nigeria. She holds a master's in business administration and a master's in education. She also holds a fellowship of the West African College of Surgeons. She belongs to various professional associations, has bagged several travel scholarships, and has benefited from various research and national and international research grants. Professor Upong has served in various capacities in several national and international associations, committees, and projects. She also serves as a peer reviewer and editorial board member in 26 high-impact factor health-related journals. She is a member of multiple research groups, has authored 4 books, contributed 11 chapters to books, and has over 210 manuscript publications. Can we all give a round of applause for Professor Upong? All right, so I would like to welcome our panelists as they come out to the center of the stage. Professor Upong, Dr. Odofin, and Professor Inkiru will be joining us online.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. I just broke all protocols. I wasn't sure how it was going to hold. I came here thinking it's a panel, but I also got to feel I had to give a little brief talk. And so I prepared something very brief before I sit down and listen to inquiries. But this brief talk probably will set the pace for what you would hear me share on the discussion. Tweak some of the questions she probably wants to pose to me. This is my own position about JAPA. For me, JAPA is inevitable because we're in a period of our economic development where JAPA will take place. And there are many economies around the world where this phenomenon has happened. It's a phase in life. It's a phase India has gone through. It's a phase Cuba has gone through. And for many of my generation, you would remember Ghana has gone through that. When Ghana, our very own neighbors, started their own JAPA, their doctors came here and became shoemakers. The way our own doctors have gone abroad to become cleaners of toilets. It's not unusual. What, however, happens is that those that have to JAPA will have to be prepared. You have to be psychologically prepared because it's challenging, as you heard Dr. What you are as a dentist is sought for, very well sought for in the industries, in banks, in NGOs, in the UN system. Just like you heard your colleague barrister, he went into being a lawyer and he set up the cipher groups. You as a dentist, trained in a dental school, you're going to be very creative. For you to survive in low middle income country like Nigeria, you have been creative. For you to be in a clinical class, you've been extremely creative. For you to graduate as a medical dental student, you had nothing less than a 2-1 degree. You are innovative, you are self-confident, you have an analytical mind, you're resilient and you're enduring. It is this same thing that the best around the world seek for. And we hopefully are asking that you stay back to invest it in making the change. Whether you JAPA or not, in 20, 30 years' time, it's very likely you're going to crave to come back home. Once people start JAPAing when they're in their older years, you would always miss home. Ask all of them, you will always miss home. If you are JAPA'd when you were in primary school or secondary school, you will fit in well. So we look forward to the 20, 30 years' time when those that JAPA decides to come home and bring their skills to start to remake a Nigeria. then your generation and your children's generation will benefit from the bloom created by the current crisis that is inevitable, the years that JAPA would have created. And I hope then our government will be prepared for that future. On that note, I'll sit down and join as a panelist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that speech. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miracle Ayeni, and I will be your moderator for the panel session. All right, Professor Upong, before I begin, I would like to inform our panelists that these questions were collated from audience and students all over the country who are curious about the future of dentistry. So, Professor Upong, how can one start residency training outside the country without having to run a subsidiary program like a Master in Public Health, which is what most people go for?
Okay, I laugh, because I have no idea. I sincerely have no idea. I've never left the shores of this country to go do dental practice, so I don't know what it takes. Certainly, I have not been curious enough to even learn about that. So I'm sorry, I don't have the competency to be able to answer that question.
No problem, Ma. I don't know if Dr. Odofin has. All right, so I guess the answer to this question is that you should go for a...
No, we'll defer, maybe you defer to John. I think he answered it, yes. I think John, yes. On the, yes, during his section.
I know
yeah.
you mentioned something about going back to school, and it's expensive, talking about like $200,000.
Okay.
So yeah, I think there's something down the line, but if you really want to answer that, that's the major difference between medicine and dentistry. Many times, for the most part, if you want to go, you have to go back to the basic school, basic dentistry school, which many medical people don't have to go by. And it's huge, it's very expensive, as you heard him say. But then there's the support that you don't have here. You have the money, and you can be in debt for 20, 25 years paying it on. But it's different, yeah. But I think, yeah.
To get that support, you need to have someone who is a citizen ready to sign for you the student loan.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the answers. Professor Nkiru.
Yes, please.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Even though we've heard from Dr. Odofin our opinion about the private practice, with your many years of experience in dentistry, what exactly is the future of private dentistry in Nigeria? Is it as lucrative as we hear it on the internet and social media? Someone would like to know.
Well, I think with my experience, it's been growing. And I think things are becoming a lot easier. So you have many more new practices springing up. So I think it will only get better as you have more advanced procedure that will attract the funds that you're looking for. And then we have better advanced technologies that people are willing to subscribe to. I think private practice will get rosier in the future.
Thank you very much, Ma. So, Dr. Odofin, we've heard that you answered the question that family dentistry is the most lucrative specialty in dentistry, your opinion, but we would like to know what other specialties in dentistry are taxing but yet fulfilling, and what other specialties are flexible with time and allows for family life, other business and ventures.
Okay. The question I answered was with respect to private practice. And I said family dentistry, I will recommend. While in dental school, my dream was to become an oral maxillofacial surgeon. Really, Who? Because maybe because the professor that came from Ife, who spoke as if God was speaking to me, is a consultant or a maximum. So that was my dream. However, I started housemanship, and a particular event changed my mind. We were in the theater. We've been in the theater. It was a long surgery we did with the orthopedics people. I think it was segmental mandibulectomy with reconstruction. Yes, iliac bone and all that. It was quite stressful. At about 10 p.m., Dr. Lusoya looked at me and like, "You are married?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." "Do you stay inside UCH?" "No, ma'am." "Wow, you stay outside?" "Yes." Okay. She said I can go. That was around 10 p.m. Luckily at that time, I've not had any children. I got home. I was pensive all on my way home because I left my colleagues. The surgery was still going on. At that time, I still held on to my dream of oral maxillofacial surgery. Getting home, my husband was working at the bank. He just got home like 30 minutes before me. I'm like, "What's for dinner?" I'm like, I got home after you. You know, at that point, I had to put family life into my plan. If I was in maxillofacial surgery and I have kids already, no family support, I don't have any relative in town, you know, so that changed that was how the dream of maxillofacial surgery went away. Family dentistry, I will compare family dentistry to any other specialty. Pediatric dentistry, cons, oral pathology, oral medicine, prosthodontics. You can actually cope with family. But for me, if you see Dr. Lusoya, tell her I say she's a superstar. Really, I don't know how she's coping with family life. You know, she's a superstar. So, well, by and large, for me, to balance family life, remove oral maxillofacial surgery. Give me any other specialty. No apologies to the surgeons in the house, to the maxillofacial surgeons in the house.
Thank you very much. I'm sure some people would
Yeah, I think yes. I think Madame brings a gender perspective to it. I think for me, everything you do, you must find a way to balance. Even those that are oral surgery, including the superstar, found a way to balance. I won't jeopardize what I want to do because of the challenges others are facing. I will choose to do what I want to do and make it work. You can do pathology and your life is stressful. And you can do oral surgery and your life isn't stressful. So I think it's about balancing life, whatever choice of life. Even if you do Yoruba, your life can be stressful. So it's about finding, I think it's about finding the balance and choosing to stay in that balance. And I'm sure the oral surgeons in private practice don't have stress because they would book their time. While the oral surgeons the junior oral surgeons may have stress. I'm not sure, but I think it's about balancing, and we as a collective choosing to walk a life of balance with everybody. That's my own perspective. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. Professor Inkero, I don't know if you have...
Yes, I think this is really interesting because for me, I've seen that the ultimate is that a female dentist in any specialty must multitask. So some of us that are in academics, you find out that you're also in the teaching hospital, you have private practice to attend to, you have several committees to be part of, you have your family, and you must function maximally. So I think it's about balancing, as Professor Upong has said. I believe that whatever specialty in dentistry you choose, you can be the best there. Even when you are alone in private practice, it can be so tasking that you may not have time for family if you don't organize and strategize. So I think whatever specialty, just be organized.
Thank you very much, Professor Nkiru. So, Professor Opong, are there any leadership roles dentists can take up in the health sector as part of nation building?
Thank you very much. I think my own philosophy is just that you can be anything you want to be. You can be anything. If you want to be the CMD, if you want to be the Vice Chancellor, we have a dentist who's the Vice Chancellor, I hope you know that, and that person is from Ife, you know. So we train leaders even in our dentists. So you can be anything. You can be anything. But once again, what I want to emphasize is that the training makes you the best amongst your peers. I'm not saying it out of pride. Therefore, you're already trained to be a leader. You can be a leader in the ministry. We have the Secretary General of the Federation being a dentist. We have in the Federal Ministry of Health, the directors are dentists. In Lagos State, the director of something services is a dentist. You can be leaders in those spheres. We've had dentists who are deputy CMAC MDs, and they've served in CMAC roles. It isn't the dentist that makes you a leader, it's the attributes inside you. So the teaching environment has given you that opportunity to be such leaders. And I'm going to take one example of what happened today, and I'm seeing it happen, and I'm very, very concerned. You want to ask questions, then you send the question in a paper to the front. I feel this is really, really not good, because you are trained to be able to speak up. So why are you not being able to speak up and ask your questions and engage in a dialogue? So don't take away from the power of the training we give you. I mean, it's not something we say outside, but you know that where a dentist stands, and I've seen it. If you go and do a postgraduate training where others are, you always stop. Because you know how to study at night. You always stop. You can be any leader you choose to be. So there's no limit. And when the space comes, and when they want to say, oh, it's a dentist, you tell them it's not about dentist, it's about the skill, and show them that you have the skills. Thank you very much. That's my take here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Odofin, what is your advice to people who would love to put dentistry and politics together, since you advised in your speech?
Yes, dentistry and politics. You can be anything, as has been said. The important thing is to find a balance. And you can't just wake up suddenly and say, yes, I want to enter politics. You start, getting involved, even right from school. Get the interest in what is happening around you. Get interested in what is happening in the community. You can actually be anything. The important thing is, what have you set your mind to achieve? How do you want to achieve it? There is so much power in the will. There is so much power in the will. So whatever you want to be, you can become.
Thank you very much. Professor Nkiru, what is the likelihood of doing a house job or having a military hospital as one's PPA? Someone would like to know.
Well, I don't know if I'm in the right person to answer that, but from what I know before now, the Ministry of Defense puts out adverts. You could apply, do an interview, and if you're listed, you get enrolled. Yeah, but I also know that Medical Council has started to enlist for housemanship these days. So, and I think that should also apply to the military positions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Odofin, what are the basic and advanced dental facilities that we can find lacking in government dental facilities?
Thank you very much. Don't go advanced. Let's talk about the basic first. It's so unfortunate. I find it very, very sad, actually, very sad, and it's quite depressing for me. I work in Oyo State, and I have private practice. With my private practice experience, I know it doesn't take the government so much to set up a standard practice. So I'm wondering why. Let's talk about the basic. By the virtue of being the Nigerian Dental Association chairperson in Oyo State, I have some statistics. The Oyo State, sorry, this is not to discredit the government. We are just talking about what is on ground. Okay? There are about 10 or 11 state-owned facilities in the state. Only 3 of these facilities have X-ray machines. Did you get it? Actually, how do you make a diagnosis? How do you know what to do for your patient if X-ray machines are not available? Some centers do not have dental chairs, the modern dental chairs. It's traumatic when a dentist is working with a dental chair that cannot make all the movements. There is a center we had to tie our regular torchlights to the light source for you to have illumination when you're treating. You know that, as in that's how bad it can be. I was at a center before I got transferred to where I was, and to where I am rather. And I was doing, I don't know what even pushed me that day to start surgical disinfection, forgetting that we do not have a functional suctioning machine. It wasn't funny. I had to personally donate a suctioning machine to the facility. Please don't let us talk about advance. It is sad, yes, but some of the basic equipment that you need to function well, and I can't get it around my head. As in, I have a private practice where when I'm working, you'll be happy with yourself when everything is, you don't have to shout before they bring you this and that. And you now get to a system where you have to shout and lose your voice to ensure a full day's job is well done. So
let me just add to that, and I think this is where the politics meets the dentistry. If you're not in the space to advocate for yourself, it doesn't happen automatically. When budget is being drawn, if you understand the system, don't take it too bad when they say they don't have the money, because when the budget was being drawn, you were not there, and they cannot change those things haphazardly. You can push, and they can go and look for money for somewhere. And dentists are not in those places. You would, for example, just as an example, the deans of dentistry were thinking they have to be in the provost places because the provost of medical colleges are medical people. And for once, my deputy provost went to the meeting. He said, look, it can't happen. They were just talking medical school. They were provosts too. But they are doctors. It will take a dentist to be there to bring, so you must know that you must speak up. You don't speak up after budgets have been drawn. You must be in those spaces before budgets have been drawn. You must not be in there must be a generation that must fight for a change. And then the next generation enjoys the change. So this is, for me, is where the politics meets the dentist piece. In those little spaces, you must choose to leave a legacy. And the legacies you can leave is in those spaces you choose to be in the political shoes and not just let everything be. And that is when the change starts to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Sorry, can I add something? Sorry, I think as dentists, we need to be proactive.
Yeah.
Because what I find out is that most dentists are laid back. We are laid back. We don't like getting involved. We don't like, to be at the forefront, which I think it is very bad. Because thank God for the privilege of being an head of hospital, I had to start speaking out for my people. Let me tell you, even our medical colleagues, they don't know so much about dentistry. what they think dentistry is all about is
Tooth extraction.
extraction and scaling and polishing. I'm being sincere. Apologies, no apologies to the medical colleagues that are here. That's the truth. I think their training is deficient when it comes to dental knowledge. So we need to be outspoken. We need to come out. No, they are feeling the impact at the state now. I don't keep quiet. They know I will talk. You know, if NDA had been active in time past, maybe things would have been better. But now we are hopeful that things will actually get better because we are learning to speak now.
Okay, so dentists, please speak up. Yeah. Professor Nkiru, with what was just discussed, how can we make people more aware of dental health care, and what are the popular opinions people have of dental treatments? How can we make them feel the importance of dental awareness?
Okay, thank you. Well, I think the dental awareness starts from every dentist. Every dentist, wherever you are as a dentist, people must know that you're a dentist, not just that they call you medical personnel. Growing up as a younger dentist, I wore my dental smock around proudly on a daily basis. So whenever people saw me, it struck them. And I will usually seize the opportunity, as Dr. Duffy said, to give free dental education and awareness. I didn't miss those opportunities. So at whatever gatherings, in corporate bodies, in church programs, community programs, local meetings, just offer to give them free dental talk. That will go a long way to giving the awareness. And then for people who have facilities, you can offer free dental checkup. You can even offer some free treatment. You understand? So this will go a long way in creating that awareness. And of course, all the global awareness programs, you must carry it to your locality.
Okay, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. Professor Opong, someone would like to know, what is practicing in Saudi Arabia like, especially for women?
I have no idea. My closest to Saudi Arabia was Dubai. I have absolutely no idea. I think I have a friend who's practicing there and she's enjoying herself. So I guess it's what you make out of it. I think they respect you as, I have a feeling that there's an inkling between the women and the hijabs and all stuff. I think that's where the question is going to. But I think they do respect foreigners. They give the space to the foreigners, and you adhere to your contracts. It's the same in Dubai, it's the same in Qatar, it's the same in Oman. Just adhere to the rules of your contract. Don't go above board, and you get your money, and you do whatever you want to do with the money. You actually went to Saudi Arabia to look for money, actually. So follow the rules of the money. And I think so. I've not been there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. What do you think can stop the trend in the face of mass exodus of dentists to the diaspora? What compelling reason exists to stay in Nigeria after graduation?
You know what? You know what I've found out? I travel a lot. You know what? This is what I've seen. Out of every 50 person that travel from the medical profession, maybe 3 make it really well. remember that guy? I don't know if you read the story of one Canadian, the first major from Canada. And what did he do? He got a ticket. And then he now called the police. I got a ticket. That was the end of his major. In Nigeria, they will come and say, sorry. There's nothing like home. So what I've seen in my years of travel is that by the time you have 10, 15 years, about my age, you are better than your peers that are outside. And they start to look at you. And they start to miss home so badly. At the worst, you are the same pair, you know. And for those that couldn't make it and then had to do other kinds of jobs, it's here that you are a dentist and you become MD of SIPA and, you know, the MD of the gold industry. When you go there, it's so limited. It's so limited. So that's what I say is, if you are focused, there's nothing like that. Even if you do anything you do in life, even if you're a thief, it's about being. Yeah, because when you are focused, you get the skills, you learn. And I think somebody was saying it, consistency. You start to learn how not to do and how to do, and then you get better at it. And then you just start to fly. So if you have to ask me if to Japan or not, I'll stay. But if I go, I have a friend who made a success of her life. She went, got her kids settled, they all got their, and she made all the money she needed to make, and she's back, and she's excelling here. So she got the best of two worlds. If you can do that, I'll give you the door for you. But if you want to stay back, you have to be special. Check all those people that have Japa. They're ordinary people. They're really ordinary people. But when you're here, but at the end of the day, it's what you want. Define it and choose your path.
Thank you very much, Ma. Since you said you travel a lot, and in your own opinion, what country is the best to practice dentistry?
She's asking me, I travel a lot. And where is it? Okay, I'll answer that question. I don't travel on dentistry ticket. 9 out of 10 of my travels is based on other tickets that I use the skills, the knowledge, innovation, creativity I got in dental school to create and make a difference where there's gap. Okay, so I've made my impact in the HIV field. There's COVID going on. I'm making my impact in COVID. When there was Ebola, I made my impact. But it was the skills I took from dentistry that I used to make that impact. So I go into places, into the newness, and create a path that makes people look for me. And it is in looking for me that they take me out. So I don't go out for dentistry, okay? So I don't know what dentistry is like anywhere. But I guess it's not really different from Nigeria dentistry, you know. Because once you go there, it's the first 6 months that you think you're special. In 1 year, you start complaining like them. Ask them, go to UK, they're complaining. You'll be opening your mouth, eh? Is this the same complaint we're complaining in Nigeria? So they're complaining like you. And all your colleagues that travel, give them 2 years, they're complaining. Just about England, Japan, Germany, they're all complaining. Human beings always complain. Even we are human beings, you always complain. So just know what you want. And once you got in what you want, then that's okay, you know. Nowhere is really different. You have that social network that you're not going to get when you're outside the place. Yeah.
Can I add something?
Yes.
If you are not be, what do I mean? If you are lazy in Nigeria and you still are lazy there, then you can't achieve much. Depends on what you have, what you want, and the effort you're ready to put in. As if when you get out there, it's easier. It is not. You still need to put in effort. So if you're not ready, if you don't have that effort here, it will not come on you supernaturally when you get there.
And the effort
so it's still, you still need to put in efforts.
And the effort is more, Dale. That's the truth. I've traveled. The tax you pay, the rules you follow, the money for your house rent, you will miss house. You will miss house. But you know what? Because I've gone, you will just be managing you because you can't tell them home that life is difficult. Yeah, it is difficult. But it's just that everybody is living and making a success. Go there. There are a lot more failures than success in the UK, Germany, Dubai, everywhere in the world. There's a lot more failure than success, exactly like Nigeria. So which decimal do you want to be? The success story or it's your choice, and you make the best of it. That's my own story. Yeah.
All right, so lastly, Professor Opong, research in dentistry.
Oh.
What is the state of research in dentistry in Nigeria?
Okay, that's a tough one. Yeah, I think like every other research that we're doing in the medical world, a lot of the investment in research, dentistry, medical world, wherever, is towards promotion. We don't have research industries, we have a lot of academia. So the research we do is majorly out of the academic industry. And out of the academic industry, the research is for promotion. It's a different mindset. Research should be towards finding new knowledge to fill a gap. And many times it addresses policy and strengthens policy. And then that policy can make impact. We can see that our medical research in the country doesn't address policies, and therefore policies don't make any difference. They're just papers for the most part. So yes, but the research industry cannot grow once you do not give the investment. Once you're taken out of your pocket to do research, you can't do the best of research. So that's where it is. It's not the best around the world. I salute every single person that does research here because they do it tough. But I have taken that toughness and I've broken the world records outside there because I take that practice out and make a big difference. So, yeah, there's nothing big about our research, but we're doing things. We're leaving marks in Africa. And in West Africa, Nigeria is leaving its mark. And I must salute that because it's a tough terrain. And anybody that is doing it, I give them top salute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of this panel session. Thank you, Professor Opong, Dr. Odofi, and Professor Nkiru. So in summary, be consistent, be focused, and speak up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss Ayeni. How many of us have learned a lot from today? A round of applause if you have learned from today's. We've had so many speakers, so much knowledge, and I think the best part of today was the reality check regarding leaving the country. There's this fairy tale idea that we all have about leaving the country, and when you speak to people that do, particularly when maybe you're not coming from a family that is very wealthy already, if you're coming from ground up, you get there and there's a reality check. So it doesn't mean don't go, it doesn't mean stay, it just means you need to be prepared mentally. And right now we are going to be inviting the CMD, who is ably represented by Dr. Michael, for the presentation of plaques to all our keynote speakers and our panel session speakers. So the first plaque that will be given this award of recognition is for Pro Morenike O. Upong. Please, a round of applause for her.
Congratulations of the dental students. We want to give you this award of recognition as keynote speaker on today's epoch-making occasion. Congratulations, ma'am.
All right, the next plaque goes to our able keynote speaker, Dr. Adeshola Odofin. A round of applause.
Yes, thank you very much. Before I make this award, I just want to say that you've really spoken the truth today. Just to add that there is no nation that will become developed without the private sector. And one thing that we are missing is that the private sector, the public sector mentality is really holding us back in this country. I also have experience. You don't have enough time to tell our students all that you are going through. The difficulties in setting up a practice. We once had a case with the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Everybody wants to collect money. They will do even, and I had to ask somebody, if you have a farmer, won't you wait for him to start harvesting before you come? But they will come even before you start planting. So I know what you are going through. I thank God that you are now in the public sector, because that experience will guide the public sector and you'll be able to speak with them. And I'm really proud that this is coming from from a dentist. I have great respect for dentists, man. And it's true that medical people, we don't have much knowledge in dentistry. I believe the curriculum will be adjusted so that we all will know and we are really working together. Yes. So on behalf of the dental students, we want to give you this recognition, award of recognition, to really congratulate you for being a keynote speaker in this epoch-making occasion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Dr. Odofin. The next plaque is going to Dr. John C. Aniemeke, and I'll be inviting the head of the planning committee of the symposium planning committee to receive it on his behalf. It will be sent to him later on. Please come forward. A round of applause for Dr. John Aniemeke. He was the first speaker today.
Thank you very much. And before I also, this is another message that if we don't learn lessons from history, we'll become lessons of history. That's something I heard today. Thank you. So Dr. John Aniemeke is the example of somebody who has jackpot successfully. So whether you jackpot or you don't, or even do reverse jackpot, wherever you are, Nigeria is blessed and everything you are achieving will come to us. So Dr. John, we want to thank you for this, being part of this great occasion, and we give you this award of recognition as a keynote speaker in this epoch-making occasion. Thank you. Congratulations.
Mr. Demilade, don't leave just yet, because you are also going to be receiving the plaque for Professor Nkiru Folaromi. She's online with us. Please, a round of applause for Professor Folaromi.
On behalf of the Dental Students Association, we give Professor Nkiru Folaromi this award of recognition for being a keynote speaker and sharing her wealth of experience with all of us on this epoch-making occasion. Ma, congratulations, ma. And I noted the degree that you did in business administration. We all need that kind of experience to really put our acts together. Once again, congratulations, ma.
Thank you very much. While our refreshments are being passed around, I would like to invite Dr. Michael again. He's supposed to give us a short goodwill message on behalf of the CMD of the University College Hospital. So please welcome him again as he gives us a goodwill message.
Thank you very much. I didn't know that I was going to give a goodwill message on behalf of the CMD, but I just realized that I forgot this here because his message is actually here. Yes, so the provost of the College of Medicine, ably represented by the dean of the Faculty of Dentistry, the former deputy provost, Professor Denloye, I recognize you, dignitaries of the high table, and distinguished speakers. I want to recognize Professor Kolude, who is the CMD's friend, Professor Jesse Otegbayo. I also recognize professors in the audience, consultants, and our lovely students. Please appreciate yourselves. So the CMD, Professor Jesse Otegbayo, sends you wants to congratulate the association and to also let you know that UCH And the entire management of UCH is 100% behind the Association of Dental Students. 100%. Yes, he would have loved to be here by himself, but there are a lot of official duties ongoing presently, and this is to congratulate the students for this very great occasion, for this, because there was a question I would talk about myself. Now this is an opinion. Somebody asked me, is there a hope for this country? That's the question I was asked. I remember last month, the medical students also had a similar occasion, sort of, the upside down pyramid. And then I'm here. On Saturday, I was at the Agodi Gardens where my daughter was celebrating her birthday. And the children were swimming. And they said that it is difficult to get a child out of water. So we had to beg them at the end of the swimming session. Why I'm saying that is that I feel like you have to beg me to leave this occasion. Yes, I've enjoyed myself thoroughly. And so, the answer to the question is, there is a hope for Nigeria. There is a hope for Nigeria, because when I look at you, I look at the future of this country. And you are better than us. And that's what the CMD said. That's what the CMD wants me to tell you, that we pray that your experiences and your days will be brighter than our own, just as we are seeing it. So I want to congratulate you for this event. I've seen, and when I look at the participants for the debate, I see the tension. They want to win. And I feel like if we had that tension when we played Ghana, we would have defeated Ghana both at home and here. So I want to say that this passion is what is going to transform our nation. So congratulations. And on behalf of UCH management, on behalf of the CMD, Professor Jesse Otegbayo, thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Before we go back to the oratory competition, I know many of us are already shaking in our seats. 2K18, 2K19, 2K21, and 2K22. You can see that a package is being delivered to the stage right now. And it's the first of its kind, long overdue, if I could comment on that. But it's finally here. And I'll be inviting Mr. Efunkule Olalekon, as well as Mr. Adejumo Michael, to come forward to tell us what this big brown package is all about. Mr. Adejumo Michael, if we don't know, is the immediate past president of the Uni Ibadan Association of Dental Students. So we have two presidents coming onto stage. A round of applause for both of them.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, our mommy on the high table, Professor Bafunke Deloye. Please put a round of applause for our mommy. Everybody, in case if you don't know her. Okay. Please, a round of applause again for Professor Upong. A round of applause as well for Dr. Michael for staying with us today. Thank you very much. So, we are about to tell you about this package in front of us that we want to unveil. And just like our friends from education have said, to prevent a dent in history, we have come to establish our history. And in purview of the 40th year and celebration of our dear association, the part of our history cannot be overemphasized. Hence, the vision of the leadership of this association to honor the past presidents of UADS into the role of honor. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are your leaders, the ones you know and the ones you don't, and they will be standing in our history for life. So I will advise us to put our hands together as we read out the names of the past presidents of the Uni Ibadan Association of Dental Students. Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause as we open this?
This is an unveiling. You are not supposed to stop clapping till the entire thing is unveiled. Please keep giving a round of applause till we can view the entire board. Uh-oh. Okay. Thank you very much for clapping. All right. Our board is up and running.
With no prejudice to title, I'll start. And like I said earlier, at the mention of each name on this board, I would like us to put our hands together for them. So, I will start with the first president of UADS, the pioneer president of please, we won't be calling the title. So, they were president during the time, we have them here. So, President Folaromi Akintoye, pioneer president 77-78, 78-79. Obiechina Ambrose, 1979-80. Let's put our hands together for them. President Muniru Oladela Aziz. Put our hands together. Yeah. Dr. Arisi Andrew, 1981-82. Ajike Sunday, 1984-85. Ogun Salu Olubode, 1985-86. Clap now. You might be on this board one day, so clap for them. Akitunde Damilare, 1983-84. Fatosin Kehinde, 1986-87. Ganibiche Sonny, 1987-88. Aneni Christopher, 1988-89. Akonde Olayinka, 1989-90. Ajayi Olubusayo, 1990-91. Akinkurole Isaac, 1991-92. Bangboshe Dipo, 1992-93. Ibiyemi Olushola, 1994-95. Oluteye Babafemi, 1996-97. And to the first female president of UADS, Aburume Bumi. Ajao Akim, 1998-2000. And to our own oral and maxillofacial surgeon, Aladelusi Timothy, 2000-2001.
I'll continue from here. President Okpaleke John, 2001-2002. President Aniemeke John, 2004-2005. President Ogunsheye James Babatunde, 2005-2006. President Apan Nkewerem, 2006-2007. President Adubi Olubumi, 2008-2009. President 2010-2011. President Sanusi Musa, 2012-2013. President Mafua Stephen, 2013-2012. President Jola Osho Olujuwon, 2014-2015. President Aladirin Temitope, 2015-2016. President Ayinowo Wale, 2016-2017. President OJ Cynthia, 2017-2018. President Emeyonu Urena, 2018-2019. President Adejumo Michael, 2019-2020. And President Efunkunle Olalekan, 2021-2022.
A round of applause for all our past and current presidents. Thank you so much. And without further ado, our roll of honor has officially been inducted. It's going to be in our secretariat. We're going to do some fixing, some gluing, because I think that's a technical issue. But our roll of honor. Without further ado, I'll be inviting Mr. Adeleke Fafure back to the stage to continue and complete our oratory competition.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're not tired already. Are we tired? Well, then we can trust our speakers to reignite the fire in us. That was something. That was something. All right. Okay, so moving on with the oratory competition. The next topic, quite interesting, I must say. 2K19, are you guys still around, please? Just checking. You guys don't sound as loud as before. What's wrong? 2K19, are we still around? Okay, I won't call 2K22 because we know what happened the last time. 2K22, are we here? Yeah. All right, so the topic is education exalteth a nation. Wow, that rhymed. Okay, so this class of 2K19 and 2K22 will be speaking on this. And I would like to call on the representative from the 2K19 class in person of Ayobami Oluwatosin Joseph. A round of applause for him, please.
Hello, guys. Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, so we just have to say this before they get back to speaking. We understand that two speakers spoke, and then there was a long pause, and now these guys are back. Now, we understand that there is a bit of mental fatigue due to the stress and the long period of time we've spent here. But these people have put a lot into what they're about to do, and I do not want us to give them a cold vibe due to the fact that we are sort of tired. So please, even though there is a bit of tiredness in the audience, please let us try our best to maintain the vibe. Let them know, make sure they're encouraged. That's basically what I'm trying to say. If they say something that makes sense, react. But please make sure your reaction is not so much that it makes us uncomfortable that we cannot pick out what they're saying. Please, can we do that for them? Thank you very much.
John Bull, my son, I sent you to school. You don't know how to spell your name. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this old rhyme we sang during our nursery school days? How we sang it with so much zeal and enthusiasm. Unfortunately, we all grow up now wanting to be like John Bull because, truth be told, all of you who are able to spell your name, what exactly have you achieved with it? John Bull couldn't spell his name, but John Bull's asset is now worth $1 million. John Bull makes important decisions that influences our society. In fact, John Bull rules our country. And now, as leaders of tomorrow, we, the youth of today, have observed a trend that the John Bulls we once mocked are the nobles we now hail. And therefore, we coined a platitude for ourselves saying, school na scam. But ladies and gentlemen, school is no scam. except you have first defrauded yourself by subscribing into a mindset for which school was not originally intended. You all will agree with me that when we say a man is educated in this part of the world, we are talking about a man who has gone through school to obtain a formal education. Based on this belief and my own personal observation, permit me to share with you the mindset of an average Nigerian student, especially the so-called the serious ones. It includes, first of all, getting a high CGPA in the university. 2, getting employed in a reputable company. And 3, making money. For some people, on the other hand, respectfully speaking, you can include getting married to a rich spouse to the list. So you see, the majority are of the mindset. You see, the majority are of the mindset that being educated is the end, after which is to make money or get married. But ladies and gentlemen, education is not the end. In fact, education is a means to an end. Nelson Mandela put it better when he said that education is the most powerful weapon by which we can change the world. So you see, that education does not only exalt a nation, it also has the capacity to exalt the world as long as it is being used as a tool. Moving on, dear audience, no matter how much information we gathered in school concerning a subject matter, it certainly is not all there is to know. In fact, whatever we have been taught in school is meant to make us, it's meant to whet the taste buds of our curiosity and make us research more into the subject matter. By this, our creativity gets stimulated and great inventions becomes inevitable. Countries like US, China, and Canada, who channel their education towards invention, have become islands of green pastures where we now run to graze. Today's debate topic even buttressed my point, as it is predicated on earth workers' emigration from Nigeria to these countries. So you see that through the appropriate utilization of education, these countries have made themselves highly exalted among other nations. Before I leave this podium, ladies and gentlemen, according to an article titled Effective National Development, published by Afe Babalola University in the volume 2 of Business and Entrepreneur Journal, education is defined as the process by which people acquire knowledge, skills, competence, attitude, and the cultural norms of a society in order to ensure perpetual enhancement of their country. So you see that education should not just be limited to the 4 walls of our classrooms. It should cut across every facet of our life. And this is how education exalts a nation. John Bull, my son, I sent you to school. You don't know how to spell your name. Ladies and gentlemen, John Bull indeed couldn't spell his name, but he has made a name for himself, for which every one of you now spell. I conclude.
That was very, very interesting. I'm quite curious though. Sorry, who is the John Bull that is leading our nation? Can you put a name? All right, please, another round of applause for the speaker, please. I think so far so good. We have to admit the quality of speeches we've heard today are really, really impressive. And I'm telling you, it can only get better. Now, moving on to the next oratory piece from the class. Please, I understand that they don't have a lot of people here, so I'm begging us in the audience, let's join our hands together as I call on stage the representative from the 2K22 class in person of Lawrence Temidayo. A round of applause for him, please.
Oftentimes, I ponder over the percepts and fundamental importance of education. In all my blurry and unseasoned reminiscence, I was always eager to understand the rationale justifying my 6 years at the elementary school, the 6 years at the secondary school, and these days at the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Is it just to acquire a certificate and get a reputable job in this highly certificate-oriented nation? Or is it just to acquire knowledge and be perceived to be more acceptable and relevant in society? Education is the total development of an individual child to meet up with the needs of society and to contribute equally to the enhancement of their society. This was a statement made by Amelie in 2001. In view of this, it could be argued that the core value of education does not end in the acquisition of certificates, getting oneself a job at Shell's petroleum company, or presenting oneself as being more acceptable in society. The fundamental uniqueness of education travels beyond individuals. It is also for the exaltation of the nation. Thus, if any Nigerian claims he or she is educated, the cogent question to be asked is, in what way can you contribute to the development of our country, Nigeria? According to a group of growing empirical research, a better education of citizens contributes to the construction of social capital and long-term development of economic growth of a nation. Certificates can be considered as tickets that can be used to change our world. However, if these so-called tickets cannot be used to improve your society, Lekan, Saba, you are not educated. Esteemed audience, education is to a nation. Esteemed audience, education is to a nation what dental pulp is to the tooth. It strongly correlates with national building. That is to say, a nation can never be built. I repeat, a nation can never be built without quality education. Show me an advanced country and I will describe a nation where accountants give lucid financial reports to ensure accountability of public funds and to also attract investors. A nation where medical experts handle health challenges in such a way that citizens see no reason to seek for foreign medical attention. Undoubtedly, education is the only tool by which professionals are groomed to contribute to the growth of their nation. I conclude with the words of John Dewey, who once said, and I quote, "The educational process has no end beyond itself. It is its own end." So while we pursue knowledge in this bastion of excellence known as the University of Ibadan, the first and the very best, let us remember that education does not terminate the day we convoke ceremoniously with coolers of rice, souvenirs, and what's not. It must, however, yield a plethora of skills, inventions, wonder, and mental magic that will take our world to infinity and beyond. Indeed, education exalted a nation. Thank you.
My lord, may I? Wow. Apparently, it's not by support. If you are good, you are good. Okay. I think I'll start calling UADS the Faculty of Public Speaking. That was a very, very fantastic one, I must say. Now, like I told you guys, it can only get better. Nice one. All right, so moving on to the next topic before me. We have the humankind best days lie ahead. This is interesting. The humankind best days lie ahead. Now, this is going to be between the class of 2K21 and the 2K18 class. If you know you want to support your class, make some noise, guys. All right, now, representing the 2K21 class, we have Miss Mayubo Bolatito. A round of applause for her, please.
Time is a human construct. We have created seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and other parameters that we sometimes race against in order to quantify seasons. But it is because of these that we have a past to look back to and a future we can look forward to. In answering the question of whether our better days lie ahead, it is important to first take a look at the past to see how we've progressively grown and to see and understand that our best days do lie ahead. Let's take a walk back in time, shall we? Starting from the 1600s, when we saw the invention of the telescope, to the 1710s, when we saw the construction of the steam engine, to the 1820s, that saw Charles Babbage as he built mechanical computer, to the 1930s, that saw the development of the electric current defibrillator, to the advent of one of the greatest inventions of the last 1,000 years, the phone, which has been very instrumental to many of us in accessing Medscape and saving us during ward rounds. Man has progressively shown that time only lets him understand his environment more. It stands to reason that given more time, more advancements in technology will be achieved. We might even one day make Elon Musk's dream of visiting Mars and living there possible. There truly is no limitation to what we can achieve. The standard of healthcare has progressively improved since inception. We now have hospitals where standardized procedures are carried out and drugs for ailments that previously plagued humanity. Edward Jenner in 1796 created the smallpox vaccine, and according to the WHO, according to the WHO, it stopped a disease that lasted for at least 3,000 years and killed 300 million people in the 20th century alone. For the era of the smallpox pandemic, today is a better day that lay ahead. A major tool for developing critical thinking and opening up the floor for innovation is education. In a 2020 Time article, it was shown how access to higher education produced enlightened women who went on to establish settlement houses that offered educational services in urban immigrant communities and early public health projects. Education over time has shown its ripple effects. One child in school yesterday reduces ignorance and crime rates, encourages innovation, improves the economy, and achieves a host of other things for today and tomorrow. It's easy to look at the bad choices made by man that have led to issues like climate change and war, and to immediately condemn humankind. But we forget that we are where we are today, mainly because of the many good decisions made by others. Mahatma Gandhi once said that the future depends on what we do in the present. So perhaps the question should not be instead of the better days that lie ahead, but we should focus on today, what we can do to make sure that our better days lie ahead. Thank you.
Another round of applause for her, please. All right, so we've heard it from the 2K21 class. 2K18, are you ready? 2K18, are you ready? Nice. Okay, so still speaking on the same topic, do humankind best days lie ahead? We have the representative from the 2K18 class in person of Adeyemi Tunde. A round of applause for him, please.
Compared to the future I imagined when I was a child, today's world is more than a mere upgrade. It is paradise. When I was a child, the media, scientific community, humankind, human rights activists, and even Hollywood strongly believed and predicted that the world we live in today would be overrun by crises such as advancing deserts, population explosion, ultraviolet rays pulverizing all of mankind into nothing, a world without internet, and even zombies walking the streets of Mokola. In retrospect, I have come to realize that many of these threats were just false alarms or overly exaggerated. Surely, as you can see, that the present we now enjoy is far better than the future that they envisaged for us. In 1841, if a child attained the age of 80 years old, it was deemed an all-time high. But today, thanks to the wonders of modern medicine, the lifespan of man continues to rise like the cryptocurrency market. And according to the United Nations, the child mortality rate has reduced by 2/3 of what it used to be globally. Let us remember that 2 centuries ago, 85% of the world lived in abject poverty. But today, like the fall of the naira to the dollar, this value has fallen to about 10% and will reach 0 by 2030, according to the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot deny the successful ongoing global campaign against barbaric customs such as child labor, human trafficking, female genital mutilation, and female-based violence. It is a matter of time that these barbaric customs will join the likes of cannibalism, heretic burnings, public hangings, and torture execution in the land of oblivion. So, yes, humankind best days lie ahead. But I do not speak of a future free of disease or a future free of terrorism and violence. But I speak of a future where there will be much less of these scourges, and a future conceived by the mating and meeting of ideas, delivered by the timely hand of innovation, and nurtured by our vast potentials and humanity. We can continue to occupy our minds with the myriads of catastrophe that will befall humankind, a world war, a pandemic, or even a nuclear fallout. But let me tell you that it is therefore imperative, in the words of Lord Macaulay, on what principle is it that with nothing but improvement behind us, are we to expect nothing but destruction before us? So I can say boldly that yes, humankind's best days lie ahead. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the final speaker for the oratory competition. And in a few minutes, we are going to be announcing the winners of the debate as well as the oratory competition. So while the judges put the results together, do their pluses and minuses, divisions and multiplications, this is the part of the program where we would like to implore all our guests to open up their wallets and donate towards the Unibadan Association of Dental Students. The Unibadan Association of Dental Students, as the association has accomplished so much in the past year. The visibility, if there was a graph for the visibility of UADS over the years, I'm sure this year probably had like a ridiculous spike, because everybody's talking about UADS. And this is not just because of publicity, it's because of the impacts that we have had over the past few years. We've had much more outreaches. We've had outreaches to the preclinical side. We've been doing a lot of work in UADS, and this is just the moment where we would like to implore all those online and those here with us to please kindly donate towards the association. The account numbers are going to be displayed on the board. So the account numbers for the association, we are willing to take checks, transfers, whichever method. The ushers are around also in case you want to hand out checks, and they would be delivering it to Ms. Fatoko. Ms. Fatoko is also around to oversee the fundraising session. So we are just going to continue to implore, because good work takes funding. And that is the truth of the matter. No matter what you aim to achieve, no matter how high you want to climb, if you don't have funding, you can't go anywhere. We've gotten this far on the backs of those who have been philanthropic enough, on the backs of our sponsors, taking up different segments of different programs. And we'll continue to do amazing, amazing, amazing work as long as people donate. The account number is going to be projected. For those of us online, the account number is currently being projected. So please feel free to transfer money to the association. Feel free to reach out to the association. If you think we've done incredible work this year, please donate to the Unibadan Association of Dental Students. I'm just going to wait for the consensus from the judges. And once you are ready, we'll be calling on the judges for their remarks regarding the speeches that we've heard today. And of course, the announcement of winners in both categories. One more time, I would like to implore us all to donate to the Unibadan Association of Dental Students in whatever measure. Our consultants, our registrars, our house officers, our professors, our guest speakers, as many people as possible, please donate to the Unibadan Association of Dental Students. Your donations are being received with utmost gratitude. Your donations are being received with utmost gratitude. You're also free to make a pledge. If you're not ready, you are free to make a pledge. Please reach out to any of the ushers to make a pledge for any amount of money, and they will collect your contact details to ensure that your pledge is fulfilled. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, so the details are up. FCMB Bank, the details are up. In the meantime, we are going to be doing the giveaways. So we are going to have giveaways, and we'll just be projecting certain recharge card numbers for you. Then those who answered questions, I remember them vividly. The lady in the striped black and white, the man in the pink shirt, the man in the black shirt. So please wait after. Ensure you get your gifts. They are very special gifts. Our early birds, early comers, we've got you too. So we're going to be having the giveaway while we wait. And very easily, because we don't want to call and you say, oh, I pronounce 3 like 7, or I pronounce 6 like 8. The numbers will be projected on the screen, and the first person to type and load it is going to get it. So it's at the same time, it's instantaneous, simultaneous exposure. So you say it's because of something I said or didn't say. So the first numbers are on the screen. If you have it, just raise up your hand so we can give you a round of applause for your quick reflexes. The first numbers, Globalcom, are on the screen. Maybe we should have a time, so we just cancel it. If nobody gets it in like 30 seconds, just cancel it. So once you have it, just raise up your hand. Once you've got it, I can hear a round of applause for Bukola. Bukola at the back has got it. The second one, there's someone on the right here. A round of applause for him, please. All right, let's have the next projections. 9 Mobile is on the board. 9 Mobile is on the board. 9 Mobile is being projected. Get it quickly before it runs out. Once we have people that have gotten that, we are going to project the next one. Someone has gotten 9 Mobile, and another person has gotten the second 9 Mobile. Next projection immediately, please. MTN has been projected. MTN has been projected. Once you have it, just inform me. Raise up your hand. Someone has MTN on the right. Who has the second one? Who has got another person in front has MTN? Please, the next one. Immediately, the next one. I think Airtel. Airtel is on the board. Airtel is being projected. I hope I'm not blocking anyone before you said that it's me that did not let you get. Airtel is on the board. Raise up your hand once you've got it. 1 Airtel has been gotten, and second Airtel has been gotten. A round of applause for all our winners for their sharp reflexes and their vision 2020, obviously. All right, Mr. Adeleke Fafere, please come up as we announce all the winners for the competition, and the judges come and give their comments. A round of applause as we round off today's program. We'll be inviting the Chief Judge in the person of Mr. Olawi Jesujuwon to give us comments on all the speeches and the judge's predisposition towards them. Please come forward, Mr. Olawi Jesujuwon. Or you can give it sitting. It's fine. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because I'm aware that 1 or 2 of the other judges have more specific comments to make, I'll just be giving general comments about the speeches. First and foremost, please, let's put our hands together for everybody that spoke today. Please, it's not easy. the effort, the time, everything. So thank you very much, speakers, for serenading us today. Now, first and foremost, I noticed that a lot of speakers spoke with their papers today or read their speeches. While I personally presenting from papers, I think that there's an art to it. When you're reading from paper, you try to maintain eye contact as much as possible. And also, there's this temptation to, when you're speaking, to want to look at your paper, then you get lost in between. It affects your delivery. It reduces the mark you get for your delivery. Also, personally, I think that two of the most important parts of your speeches are your introduction and your conclusion. People will most likely remember how you started and how you ended. So two things you do not want to either miss when you are saying or forget are your introduction and your conclusion. So even if you are reading from paper, I think you should try and know your introduction and know your conclusion so that you end on a high, you end with a bang. Then, when you are speaking, our speeches have punctuations, full stops, commas, all of that. Please, let's observe them so that it doesn't sound like you're just reeling out a lot of words. It affects how we perceive or hear what you're saying. So please observe your punctuation marks. If there's a pause, pause. And then don't overextend the pause such that it looks like you've forgotten what you want to say next. Yeah. And then finally, when you are speaking, I think that to encourage how you deliver, you do not rest on the podium. I realized that one or two speakers rested on the podium when they were speaking, and sometimes it just looks like you are tired, you are not interested in giving the speech. So it affects perception and all of that. So those are my general comments. Thank you very much.
Just like bullet points. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I quite so list them out like bullet points. So I want the speakers to pay attention. I tried to, highlight the things that you did well because it will encourage you to do them better next time. And then things that you didn't really do well so that I can correct them. The goal at the end of the day is to get better. Okay, so for the first speaker from Dentistry, I love the way you signposted. I don't know if there's another word, like we call it mind mapping. So at the beginning of every paragraph, you say stuff like a sentence beginning, like a topic sentence. This is what I'm going to be talking about here, and you delve into it. It really helps people follow you, no matter how tired the audience is. And that was actually pretty good. But one thing that distracted me from most of your speech was that you had your jacket unbuttoned, and it was very distracting. It took from your appearance marks, definitely, but it also distracts the judges and the audience from the content of your speech. So if you want to know that, I think someone else did that too. Okay, so for education for speaker, yes, this comment is general. Like a lot of people here cited authorities, like you quoted things without giving us the sources. Or according to a Time article, okay, what's the title of that Time article? Who wrote it? When was it published? How can we be sure? Like a lot of this is like a competition. You're trying to argue that your side is better. You have a better argument. So when you start doing things like this, it affects your logic. It affects the marks you get for your content. So these are things you should focus on when you write a debate speech. Okay, so yeah, authorities for like almost everybody. But one thing I really loved in your speech was that you took your audience through an emotional roller coaster. Like, there's this thing to be loved about speakers who, when you're speaking, people can relate to you. There's this thing about your delivery that attracts people to listen to you, no matter how much they don't know anything about what you're talking about. So I think she did it well. I think it's a she. And then the other speakers too. I think that's one thing a few speakers did today, and I think it's earned them very good marks in delivery. So well done. Okay, for second speakers, I don't know. The two second speakers, I feel like you didn't do much on content, sorry. At least one of you guys felt like you were basically talking, like re-establishing the points that your first speaker already mentioned. Explaining is like something like brain drain, where someone already talked about how, and there was this point about doctor-patient percentage too. So when you're writing your speech, first and second speaker are supposed to work together to ensure that you're not repeating your speeches in different languages. I feel like judges have mentioned that at least I know Jowo a couple of times. So you want to know that going forward. But overall, I feel like the debate was very interesting. So thank you guys very much. The oratory, I know there's this there's this saying about oratories being more poetic, more liberal, lenient, and all those. So that you don't need to cite a lot of authorities and all. But still, if you're going to be making a statement, we don't just want your opinion. We don't just want you to tell us, oh, this is this because I say it is. To some extent, you should show us that, oh, if this is the way things are, this is the way I reason along with it, and that is why I'm arriving. So, like philosophy 101, premise 1, premise 2, and that's how I arrive at my conclusion. Not you picking things out of thin here because it's an oratory. So a lot of people did that and wasn't really like good for their marks in persuasion. So yeah, generally I feel like the oratory, people didn't do justice to persuasiveness part of the oratory. And yeah, that's it.
All right, hey guys. I understand that time is fast spent, so I had a lot of personal comments for each of the speakers, but I will not do that because time is fast spent. What I would rather do is to give keynote tips that would help speakers in general, so that if you fall in that category, I believe that as a speaker, you should have a mental check to figure out what you did and what you did not do. Trust me, if you have a very good delivery, you should know within yourself that I actually busted brain today. If you did not do that, you should know that you would just feel like, this wasn't apex me, but it can get better. So I'll just say that for the debate, the battle was basically between the first speakers to me. I felt like where I could see the struggle was among the first speakers. For the second speakers, it was more laid back. I felt like there were a lot of logical gaps. Some people were saying stuff. And that thing about the Hippocratic Oath, I feel like it's something that could have flown, but it was not properly shock absorbed. And immediately the speaker said it. I think it's the second speaker from Dentistry. Immediately she said it. It was almost as if I got what she was trying to say, but an instant rebuttal came into my head because I felt like you just left it to float. When you give points, and this is a note to anybody, regardless of whether you're speaking professionally on the stage or you're talking randomly, try your best to shock absorb your statements. Don't leave anything flying randomly. For the oratories, I feel like on a basic note, in fact, also for the debates, try your best to be simplistic with your arguments, simplistic with your points. People might not necessarily hear a lot of, because the thing is, if you write your speech and I'm reading it, I can pay more attention to what you're saying and see in between the lines. But when you're delivering it on stage, what happens is I can get carried away because of your delivery. Trust me, I've been to competitions where people say things that I don't want to say they are yarning dust, but the truth is they say things that if you think about it critically, they don't make so much sense. But because of how they said it, because of how beautifully they arranged their speech, the way the ideas flowed into each other, at some point, you can get carried away and you're like, wow, this made so much sense. Later, when you go and think, you're like, wait, trust me, I've had that experience a lot of times. And so it would help you a lot as a public speaker. I know in a bit to try to be intellectual and grammatical, you try to include a lot of things that are so high sounding, but try your best. Write like you speak naturally. That would help you a lot. Try to speak like you actually write.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banner. A round of applause for our judges once again, please. All right. Of course, on to the big thing. So before we announce the results, I would like to welcome on stage our mommy, Professor Dinloye. Please, can you come on stage, ma, to hand over the certificates of participation to all the speakers for today. All right, all the speakers, including the debaters. All right, so I would like to welcome on stage Ms. DK Emanuela. Please, let's give her a round of applause. I mean, they've done a lot today. A round of applause for her, please. All right, I would like to call on Miss Aminat. A round of applause for her, please. Let's keep clapping. All right, let's welcome on stage Miss Adeleke Taiwo. A round of applause for her. All right, let's welcome Babalola Daniel. All right, now moving on to the participants from the oratory competition. I'd like to welcome Ms. Ajayegbe Olanrewaju. A round of applause for her, please. All right, I'd like to welcome on stage Nasiruddin Abdulatif. All right, let's welcome Mr. Ayobami Oluwatosin Joseph.
Ease your mind.
Let's welcome Lawrence Temidayo. Let's make welcome Ms. Mayubo Bolatito. Let's welcome Adeyemi Tunde. All right, so now we would be announcing the positions. If you are sure your class won, give yourselves a round of applause. Some classes are not clapping. All right. So with a total of 53.17 points, we have the sixth position in today's debate, in person of, are you ready, guys? In person of Nasiruddin Abdulatif. A round of applause for him, please. A round of applause for him. Nope. Okay. All right. Then, with a total point of 57.83, we have the fifth position in today's debate, in person of Mayubo Bolatito. Looking at these scores, honestly, like they are all so very, very close. Very, very. Oh, this is the oratory competition. Oh, the class. Don't worry, I've not called your class yet. I would. Thank you. All right, so the fourth position for today's debate, for today's oratory competition, sorry, with a total point of 62.50 points. From the class of 2K17, we have Miss Olanrewaju Ajayegbe. A round of applause for her, please. A round of applause for her, please. All right, now the third position for this oratory contest. The third position for this oratory contest, with a whooping point of 64.33 from the class of 2K18, we have Adeyemi Tunde. A round of applause for him, please. All right. So please come on stage. Yes. A round of applause for him, please. If your class is still in the run, make some noise. 2K22, you guys are shouting now. How come? Members of the 2K22 class, clap for yourselves. So you were around before. All right. Should I announce it? Should I announce it? Okay. The winner of this oratory competition with a whooping point of 70.67 points. Ladies and gentlemen, I present your winner. Yeah. Should I go ahead? I'm not feeling the excitement now. Are you guys not excited? All right now. And the winner for this interclass oratory contest is no other than, are you ready? Mr. Ayobami Oluwatosin Joseph of the 2K19 class. A round of applause for him. And the second position from the 2K22 class. A round of applause for Lawrence Temidayo. Please come on stage. Excellent speakers. A round of applause for them.
In any competition, it's not only about winning. Participation to me is the most important. But because we have to bring out a winner, we have a winner. For all those who participated, you are all winners. And I congratulate you all. So, UNIBAD, Association of Dental Students, Award of Excellence, presented to winner of Professor Denloye Oratory Competition on this day, April 4, 2022.
Rounding up this session.
And the first runner-up, UNIBAD, Association of Dental Students, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Award of Excellence, presented to first runner-up at Professor Denloye Oratory Competition on this day, 4th of April, 2022.
A round of applause for them, please. A round of applause. Can we give a general round of applause for all the speakers for the oratory contest? Now to the debate. Oof. Okay, so before I announce the winner, we have several awards. We have the award for the best speaker and the award for the best speech for today's debate. I think the award for the best speaker has to do with how the person that presented the best, and best speech refers to the quality of speech delivered. And now, the winner for the best speaker for today's debate is none other from the Faculty of Education, Miss Adeleke Taiwo. A round of applause for her, please. And now, moving on to the next award. The award for the best speech, coming from the Faculty of Dentistry, is none other than Miss DK Emanuela. A round of applause for her, please. Let's keep clapping. I can see some people doing like this. It has happened already. It won't change it. All right. Oof. I must say once again, this was a closely contested competition. We have two scores here, 64.25 and 68.29. All right. And now, the winner for the inter-faculty debate, coming from the faculty. You people are not excited enough. I'm not feeling the excitement. And the winner of the inter-faculty debate, coming from the Faculty of Education. A round of applause for the speakers from Faculty of Education. A round of applause for them, please. It was a closely contested competition. A closely contested competition. A round of applause for them. A round of applause. All right, thank you very much, ma. Yes, ma. Yes, ma. All right, now to take the votes of thanks, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Folabi Temilade.
All right, I stand on the existing protocols. On behalf of the UADS Annual Symposium Committee, I would like to thank everyone that were present here, both physically in the building and online. I particularly want to thank our speakers who have made time from out of their schedules to be here physically, and also those who were able to join us online. I want to thank Professor Dan Loye for honoring our invitation and for spending the day with us. I want to thank the CMD that is ably represented by Dr. Michael for coming and sitting in our event. To the students from Faculty of Dentistry representing their faculty in the Professor Dan Loye's debate and oratory competition, I want to thank you and congratulations also for winning the debate and for winning the debate. I must also mention, I'm really grateful for my committee members who have worked together with me to make sure that this event was a success. It was really tough organizing this event, but with the support from the Executive Council and also from support of students that are present here, it was a success. Moving forward, we have other events lined up for the Health Week. We have coding outreach tomorrow. This is information for all dental students. We have coding outreach tomorrow. Please, I would like everyone present. Like it has been earlier mentioned, Professor Juliana Taiwo has granted everyone free lecture week. So as much as possible, please participate in events that have been lined up for you. On Wednesday, we'll be having a picnic to Lagos, Barracuda Beach in Lagos. We'll be leaving very early in the morning. On Thursday, we'll be having quiz and movie night. Yes, quiz and movie night. On Friday, we'll be having sports, indoor sports and outdoor sports. And then finally on Saturday, we'll be having our dinner. Yes. Yes. So I really want to thank everyone. I hope you really enjoyed yourself. Committee members, please stay behind so that we can take pictures. And for clinical students that are present here, For technical students are present, please, the bus will be taking you back to UI. So please converge at the car park where you were dropped. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a good day. The escorts should please join us on stage. We want to take a group picture together. Escorts, can you come forward quickly so that we can take pictures with? Committee members, I'm waiting for you. Come forward now. And escorts. Zainab, Fin, please come forward. Require, Ore. Mr. Ifukunle. Our MCs, please join us. MCs. Committee members, please wait behind. Please wait behind. Committee members, wait behind on that on the right. Yeah.
Every day when I've been knocking, every time when I've been walking, steady grind, you want tire me. But if you quit, cause you for mommy, yeah. Sometimes food no they give my shape, but Canadian loud, the feeling is different. And we shaking, but no lose God, you know the laughing bullshit. My life go